What's up, everybody, and welcome to Shapes of Gaming, the weekly conversational podcast all about video games that's unedited, unfiltered, and most importantly, unhinged, especially for this episode. I'm one of your hosts, Matt Stenson, Neocharge on PSN, and joining me, as always, for episode number 16 is the retro gaming encyclopedia himself, Bob Harriman, Leon Lyon Hartley on PSN. You guys are both laughing. It's great. Both laughing, meaning we have another special guest on this show. And we have the wonderful Caleb Schiff, admiralmerps on PSN for episode number 16, because he was on 8 and most recently 14, I believe. And we love him. Welcome to the show, Caleb. How's it going?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am happy to be gracing you with my presence yet again. Sorry, everybody. This is like the most jank ass shit today, and I'm here for it. I am here for it. I have a new setup, so there was some audio testing. As you can tell, maybe Matt has he's somewhere else right now.
They can't tell shit. They can't see anything.
Well, I meant maybe with the audio. I don't know.
To
me, you sound the same, but we'll find out. But yeah, I'm really glad to be here. You're in my neck of the woods right now. You're in Ohio, so you know how shitty it is here.
I am. We actually just hung out yesterday, and we went to that awesome burger place, The Rail.
Oh yeah.
And I gotta say, I was a fan, and we had some good brews, had some good burgers, and it was great seeing you, man. And it's great seeing you digitally again. So
great seeing you in person, and it's great to be back on the show.
Yep.
And as always, Bob, that handsome motherfucker, just chilling over there.
Did you guys hear that, folks? For all our listeners, Matt just said he had really enjoyed The Rail.
Yeah, he did. I've been trying to show him the local yokel for a long time.
It was delicious.
That's the name of the
what did I have? Yeah.
I think you had the Rail of
Who knows? The Rail of War, yeah.
Yeah.
It had truffle aioli. It had caramelized onions. It was delicious. And you had the local yokel, which is basically a sunny side up egg on a burger. And it was just dripping. And I was like, shit, I should have got that.
Swiss burger with the egg on top. Oh my God. Swiss cheese. And it's awesome.
Hell yeah. So yeah, Bob, you're kind of the odd man out right now because you're in Colorado. I'm in Ohio. I'm actually at my brother's house doing a satellite recording, if you will. And I'm in good old EST. So the weather sucks here. It's super humid. I can't stand it. I walked a quarter mile yesterday and it felt like I was swimming instead of walking. Not a fan. I am a fan, however, of my family here. So that's why I come here. It's a very small town, about an hour southeast of Columbus, Ohio. More cows than people, and they're here. And everyone knows everyone in this town. You go out and they're like, "Oh, Matt," and I'm like, "Hi." So everyone knows everyone. I've been hanging out with family and good friends, and small towns have a nice little charm to them. But the weather sucks.
It's terrible. It's just so humid. It's so humid.
Ridiculously humid. Not as humid as Florida, but extremely humid. So, Bob, how are you doing, man? How's beautiful Colorado? I can't wait to get back. I'm flying out tomorrow. I'll miss my family, but I can't wait to get back to Colorado.
Oh man, you missed the really good, nice last couple of days, man. While you were here, it cooled down. So we hit the 70s, and now we're right back into the 80s for the rest of the week. And I know there's probably some listener out there in Georgia going, "You ain't know nothing until you seen about this heat." Trust me, I know. I lived in Augusta, Georgia, in the middle of August. I was there. Okay, come up here, and it's a different level of heat. You feel like a baked potato standing out in the sun for more than 30 seconds. But other than that, doing good, man. Just getting used to this new schedule that I've got going on. Just keeping me real busy. So it doesn't leave a lot of time for games. But still hanging out and drinking beer.
Well, I know you started a new job. It's probably too soon, but are you liking it so far? Or are you still in that I'm not so sure phase?
No, I absolutely love it. I'm used to chaos, and this has a certain level of chaos, but it's one controlled chaos because of what we're doing, and number two, I'm empowered versus being hindered like a lot of other times where it's a bunch of chaos is going around. People are making decisions at the last second, and this is coming down the pipeline, and then and then you're trying to take care of the customer. But never mind, you got to make sure you do X, Y, Z too, and don't forget your timesheets. All of that kind of corporate jazz BS.
Sure.
Here, it's more like, all right, hey, we just need to do whatever you got to do to get the job done, and I can live by those rules.
Dude, that's awesome to hear. I'm really, really glad to hear that, because a lot of people hate their jobs, and it's great when you don't, want to just drive into a river after work every day. That's a really good feeling. So congratulations to you.
Thank you. I think the phrase you're looking for is Chris Farley said, you want to jerk the goddamn wheel into a bridge embankment.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you're literally expanding the network, right?
Yeah. That's kind of what it is. Kind of high. So think of it like this. It's really high level. It's literally network expansion. I am Sam Porter Bridges, expanding the network and bringing people online and connecting us all together.
Do you have a necklace that you put on a little pedestal that floats and makes everything float? And is that how you expand the network?
No, but I'm gonna find a way to put one on the system so that way I can just walk up and be like, tink.
He's gonna be that guy that develops the Cupid. This is what makes Kojima a genius. He's made Bob the future. I don't want to derail too much about Death Stranding, but I was saving this to tell you guys on the cast. So I don't think I mentioned it before. I went to Pittsburgh for a weekend to see some friends. Like it was either last weekend or the weekend before. I don't remember. But I had taken my iPad, which is relatively new. I got a new iPad Pro, and I love it. Not to plug for Apple, but I absolutely love it. It's great.
Hashtag not sponsored.
Yeah. Hashtag not sponsored yet. But yeah. So anyway, I went there, and I was I was staying at my buddy's house, and there's a thing that popped up on my iPad when I was connected to the network that was like, "Do you want to share other networks?" And you hit no. I'm at my friend's house. I'm not going to do that. But before I could hit no, there was a map that showed my home network and then my parents' network that I do actually have linked. And all I could think of, I looked at my wife and I said, "Holy shit, I can expand the chiral network to Dan." And Lisa, my wife, just says, "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." And I was like, okay, that's fair. But that's all awesome. I thought of was expanding the chiral network, and I thought you guys would get a kick out of it, because that's how you know you've been playing a game too damn much and also not enough, is that it follows you wherever you go.
Preach to that. We'll talk about it later, but that is exactly what I was going to get at my sentiments so far.
Sweet. I know I'm missing it, and I haven't got to play because I've been traveling, and I've been in Ohio. I've been playing some Switch stuff, which I'll talk about. And yeah, dude, I do miss Death Stranding. I'm kind of itching for it now, and I can't wait to get back and play more. Yeah, I'm on chapter 8, so I'm still going to take my time with it. I might play Sword of the Sea first. I don't know, though. But yeah, before we get into it, what are we drinking? How about Bob, you go first.
All right. Well, I went out of state on this one, and I didn't realize it until afterwards. But in my defense, there, Matt, you can hear this description and tell me it is not my kind of beer. A coffee stout with cacao nibs.
Oh damn!
Sounds good. Wow.
This is from
like a mocha.
Yeah, kind of like a mocha. This is from Epic Brewing, which I looked up is actually out of Salt Lake.
Huh. Awesome.
Yeah. But it's their Son of a Baptist.
Yep.
And it's not bad. It's not the best one, but it's definitely by far not the worst one. So it's in that Ohio range for you. You know what I mean?
What's the ABV on that thing? Do you know?
I think it's like 8 or 7 something.
It'd probably be up there, right?
It's an 8%.
I'm actually a big fan of the Son of the Baptist. I love my coffee stouts. Very good choice. Very good choice. How about you, Caleb?
Well, I'm actually trying to find what the ABV is on the one I'm drinking, and here it is. Only 5.5. Because last time I think I had an 11 or a 10 or something. So now I'm evening it out. This is a Great Lakes Brewing strawberry, pineapple, wheat. I am a huge fan of wheat ales. They are my favorite. I know that kind of makes me basic, and I don't care. My go-to when I can't decide somewhere is Blue Moon. Just give me a Blue Moon with an orange in it. I love them. But this is really good. It's a little on the sweeter side for people that don't like that. I mean, it's not a soda or anything, but you can taste the strawberry, you can taste the pineapple, you can taste the wheat. So it's executing as it's stated. So I'm good with it. But yeah, Great Lakes Brewing, 5.5%. Can have a couple of these, and they're just quite refreshing.
Beautiful. Yeah, I've had some Ohio local brews while I've been here, and man, so I gotta say, in I don't know if it's at sea level or what, but the beer just tastes a tad bit flat here, and I think it might be because when you're higher altitude, it's more carbonated, and it just gives it a bit more crispiness. Caleb, you got to come out to Colorado and try our beer. It's next level.
I think you're right, but I also think that maybe because you have thinner air up there, you're just high all the time, so it tastes good.
That's true.
No,
that could be
for
true
real.
As well.
That is a thing that I have noticed in my travels, that and it's the same for soda and stuff. I don't think either one of you guys are soda drinkers, but I have such a sweet tooth, and it's unhealthy and whatever. But I can tell a difference when I go somewhere else, that the carbonation just tastes better, specifically for fountain drinks.
Not only that carbonation, but you come here and drink that 5%. It's going to feel more like a 8%.
Sure is.
Challenge accepted.
And this is my humble brag, but this is a no joke true story. This is how I knew there was a truth to that, because I was in Germany for 2 years, drinking German beers at a higher altitude. Went back home for where I live at sea level, and between me and one other family member, we killed 248 cases of beer by 2 a.m. and I was still sober. And I'm not exaggerating.
That's just because you're a man.
Yeah, all right.
That's about.
But that's when I went, oh, there is something to this like American sea level kind of beer thing that was going on. So
there is a science to it. When you're higher altitude, your blood is thinner, and the alcohol goes through your system quicker and more intense. So you will get drunk faster. There's a place called Cripple Creek about 2 hours from us, Bob, and it's like a little gambling town. It's about 10,500 feet high. So 4,000 feet higher than where we are in the Springs. And if you just play a round of blackjack or do any gambling, they'll literally come around with free beer. You're going to get drunk off about 4. You're going to get like drunk. You'll get buzzed off 2. It's almost at the tree line, because the tree line is 11,000 feet. That's where the air is so thin that trees can't survive. So yeah, if you ever see mountains, that's why the mountains are bare, and because they're above tree line. So my beer, I decided to go with the local stuff, and it is called Chainmail Pale Ale. Wow, that really rhymes. It's from Rheingeist Brewing from Cincinnati, Ohio. And I figured I'd go with like an Ohio brewed beer since I'm in Ohio. And this is clad in a glimmering panoply of hops. Chainmail Pale Ale is as balanced as a trebuchet, launching notes of stone fruit, blueberry, and gentle malt sweetness over the ramparts. It's the holy grail of pale ales. So really cool description. I'm not usually a big fan of pale ales, but this one's all right. It's growing on me, and it's what he had in his fridge that's brewed in Ohio. Let's be honest. So, because I was like, shit, I need a beer, and I need an Ohio beer. And he's like, I have this. And I was like, oh yeah, Rheingeist. I've been to the brewery. I went to Cincinnati for some training for work in 2017. And it's a really cool brewery. It's right on the river of Cincinnati. And they make some good stuff. Not in my realm. A lot of IPAs, a lot of more bitter beers. But other than that, I'm digging this. It's pretty good. So
good. What's the alcohol percentage on that one?
5.5.
5.5.
Yeah.
You and I are samesies or twinsies today.
Oh my God, look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought?
2 Ohioans drinking 5.5%.
Cheers.
Cheers, buddy. Let me knock my computer over like an asshole.
Right.
So I'm going to tell you, Matt, now because you saw it. For the audience that doesn't understand, Matt was trying to explain it. He saw me busting, breaking up. I'm going to tell you why, Matt, and I'm going to get this podcast started off on the unhinged for this episode. I went to go Google, do you get drunk faster at higher altitude? I just wanted to see if I could find the study, just whatever. In Google, the very first search result, that predictive search as they call it, do you get drunk faster on your period?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And then, do you get drunk faster on a plane? This is the science that we're really here for, folks.
Well, what's the verdict? I mean, you get drunk faster, right?
Don't leave us hanging for both of us.
Don't leave us hanging.
So the first one says there's no, scientific evidence. And then higher up on a plane. Let's see. Scientifically, the alcohol in your blood, it's pressurized. That's exactly it. Look at the big brain over there, man. You paying attention in your science classes?
I was going to say, if they're talking about a skydiving plane, maybe that's a little different. So
it's true.
I've been in those. You don't want to try and drink a beer. Although that might be a fun exercise.
That's true.
Try it when you're on your way to Louisiana. Tell your job that you need to take a skydiving plane to Louisiana because you need to do this scientific research. You need to drink.
I'm going to do a keg stand and free fall.
Yeah, just parachute down to New Orleans or wherever you're going.
You'd have to put your alcohol.
Texting us, I am so drunk right now. They weren't kidding.
You'd have to put your alcohol in a Camelback because you're not drinking that shit out of a can, free falling, going like, I don't know, depending on your weight, whatever the math is there. There's no way you're going to be drinking that. So out of a Camelback.
That's what I mean by the keg stand. Just do it, kind of diving towards the ground. Just.
What could go wrong?
There's nothing that could go wrong here. Absolutely nothing.
Right. I like this plan.
Go to pull the cord and realize you're pulling on the Camelback.
Crap, I forgot to put on my parachute. I just had this beer. Oh well.
Yep. And then you die and lose your hose that you were drinking out of. That's no fun for anyone. So
I don't know. Have you ever seen a drunk person fall? They don't get hurt. They fall the right way, so he'd probably be fine. Just drink it faster. That's all.
Right. Oh man. So
that's why people came here.
What?
That's people came here to hear that science logic.
Oh,
that's why they came to this podcast.
They come here to get raw, unfiltered content straight into their ear holes. We basically just raw dog their ears the whole time, and they like it.
Well, that's lovely.
Yep. I don't know. See, she agrees.
Hell yeah.
So, how's your guys' week been? What's new?
I mean,
first, Bobo.
Yeah, let's go. No, I don't know. It's been just like I said, working through this new job, trying to get used to that schedule, being back in an office, all of that good stuff. Then in between times, spending what time I can expanding the chiral network, and then dabbling a little bit into getting back into that tabletop RPG, tabletop RPGs, but most importantly, getting back into Magic. It kind of bit me. Been enjoying that. And then last but surely not least, because what else can I do to my schedule to fuck it up? The kids started school this week.
Oh yeah.
That's a big change. So
yeah, especially since now one of them has to be to work or school at 7:20 in the morning for first class. Fuck, it hurts.
Dang.
That makes me sad for you.
Yep. I've been around that environment here. It's just like a different world out here, right? It's just like kids going crazy everywhere, and they're getting ready to go into school, and it's just like go. And when I'm at home by myself, I'm like, fuck, what am I going to eat today? Like that's what I have to worry about. And they got it. Yeah. So it's definitely family life and single life are very, very different. It's a different world, but I respect both worlds. I prefer mine.
Dude, it's true though. The other day, our trash night, we have trash once a week, and my life is not that difficult right now. It's great. I'm very thankful. But I remember being very annoyed that I had to put on pants and crappy shoes to go to roll the trash up. And I was just like, God, my life sucks. Like while I'm wheeling it up, and that took me maybe 30 seconds. It's not a big deal at all. But I was so off put by it because I was in the middle of something else. Whether it was expanding the chiral network or Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, I don't remember, but I was just mad. I realized that I was a baby.
Now you understand why, as a father, when I get home, I put on the slipper shoes, and that's it. If I go anywhere. Because I'm not being convenient of putting fucking shoes back on when I was wearing them all day, folks.
Yeah.
Dude, a big thing down here is Crocs. Are you guys familiar with Crocs? Everyone knows what Crocs are, right? They're like the styrofoam fucking shoes with holes in them that you just slip on. Yep. Do you guys have Crocs?
No. Yeah. God, no.
Don't knock it until you try it. I'm telling you.
That's what I always hear. Guess what? I tried it and I was like, these are basically 2 styrofoam bricks. And then I was in Myrtle Beach and we went to a Crocs store and I was like, $80. And I was like, this is, it was the Crocs store. And like, I was like, oh, this is footwear. And I pay $70 for video games and don't bat an eye, but I don't want to pay $70 to $80 for Crocs. It's like,
your video games have holes in them?
Right. No, they don't. No. And they're not made of basically foam, and they take 79 cents to make and they sell them for $80.
I guess the disc does have a hole in it, so never mind.
That's true.
I take back what I said.
Thank you. You called it back pretty quick. I was Matt, you're spending the wrong money on Crocs. I do not. I have Crocs, but I don't have the name brand. Okay, Crocs are the Ray-Ban. They're the Ray-Bans of these like shoes because Ray-Bans were originally cheap sunglasses until they became popular. Go to Walmart and you can get off-brand Crocs for like $15-$20 depending on which part of the region you're in, and they're perfect. When I got to take the dog for a walk because it's 8:00 at night and I'm done with podcasting with you guys, I don't feel like fucking putting shoes on, but I will slide those Crocs on.
Everyone has them here. Hey, I have someone that wants to say hi on the podcast. Another special guest. Who do we have here? Who are you?
Lily Stenson.
It's my 8-year-old niece. She wants to say something. Lily, what is your favorite video game of all time?
Cuphead.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Excellent. Good choice.
Awesome. So the real question is, how long did it take for Matt to train you to say that?
No. They were playing it, and I played with them, and they were actually playing it. She's pretty good. She plays as Miss Chalice. Is there anything else you want to say to my listeners? Anything else at all? No. Okay, so she's being shy.
I have a brother who's 10 years old, and his name's Owen, and his favorite game is Payday 3.
Payday 3?
Nice.
Has he played 1 or 2?
First of all, this was not scripted. Second of all, I think I'm winning as an uncle, and I think my brother's winning as a dad because there was no Roblox, there was no Fortnite. So
don't say it in front of them. They might just be like, why not?
That's true.
Stay ahead of the game. Well, that's cool. Bob, have you ever played Payday 1 or 2? I don't think I played any of them, actually.
No, I haven't, but I know of them. I've heard if I'm correct in this, and this is anecdotal, of course, the first one and the second one are better, and then the third one's kind of was this weird hodgepodge live service kind of like dip in the water, but I could be wrong.
That's what I thought too. I have a friend who I haven't talked to him in a long time actually, but really liked the Payday series, and he always tried to get me into him, but I was never that interested. And now that this 10-year-old is interested, maybe I will like it. I don't know. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
Matt's permission, of course.
Oh yeah, it's always been one of those. I've been interested. Definitely. When it comes to, I don't know that there's a certain stylization to that game, based on the screenshots that I saw that kind of have my attention, but I've never known anybody that's directly played.
Sure.
Any of them.
Yeah, I was trying to remember if I ever played them, and I don't think I have. I thought maybe one, but I couldn't tell you anything about it, so I probably haven't actually played it.
I've played, I haven't beat. So, what was the
3
one
or
that
1?
I've played? It was 1. It was the
Okay.
first one. Yeah. What was the one that Army of 2? You wanted me to play that?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
similar in the same vein? No, more like a heist game and like.
No,
Yeah,
so
I haven't
I
played
don't.
Army of 2, so I don't know how Army of 2 plays.
Okay, so Army of Two is think of it closer to Gears of War, but the difference is instead of being just I mean, yeah, Gears of War has co-op, but Army of Two is Gears of War specifically designed behind doing a couch co-op.
Nice. Okay.
So it's a military shooter, and there's all kinds of mechanics. I could talk about the game all day because I think it is a very, very underrated gem and got overshadowed by Gears of War personally.
Might be something we have to stream because we're gonna try and start streaming at some point. We'll figure that out. So, let's see. Let's just get into the news. Unless you guys, any other life stuff, Caleb? Life stuff?
No, I figured if we were going to talk about what games we were playing, I mean, my life stuff. I saw some family this weekend and went to Cedar Point. We were there a day after a cable snapped on the power tower, which I guess nobody got hurt. Nothing was that crazy except the sound. I had 2 friends that were there when that happened, and they said I think they told me they were riding something else, and they just heard, well, the sound that you would think a hollow steel cable snapping and clanking everywhere. And then the ride was shut down for the rest of the day. So,
isn't that because the whiplash of the cable breaks the sound barrier?
I would assume that's
when you
what
break
happened.
The sound barrier, it's just there's sound waves that can like shatter windows and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just said it was a wild sound. And for what it's worth, not that Cedar Point cares, but nobody was hurt. And the ride's safety precautions did exactly what they were supposed to do. The ride just, like, people were on it when it happened, and it just slowly lowered them all the way to the ground. They got them off, and no workers were harmed either. They just shut it down, and they were like, hey, we should probably figure out what happened.
Wait, this ride gets you off? I want to ride this ride. Shit.
I mean, that's why they call it the power tower.
Yeah. I actually rode it in October. Believe it or not, I was here visiting again. I went to Cedar Point. Cedar Point's so cool. You were just there. Bob, you ever been to Cedar Point?
No. I don't do. I know this is coming from a weird guy who used to rappel out of helicopters. I do not do carnival rides, boardwalk rides, none of that shit. When I was a kid, yeah, but as an adult now, no. I've seen way too many videos where like a cable snaps and the safety precautions aren't there because they're too cheap, or it fails, and then you see 300 people died in a whirl of in a ride that was called the Whirl of Death. Yeah, there's a reason why they call it the Whirl of Death. Okay, keep me the fuck away, folks.
Here's the thing, though. Cedar Point is no carnival, sir.
No.
Cedar Point is kind of top in this country. I actually do believe objectively that they have the best coasters, just all right, like for one park. They're better. You could say there's a better coaster somewhere else, or you could say there's a better some kind of experience somewhere else. But Cedar Point kind of sets the standard and then tries to break it often for the good stuff.
That's because it's America's roller coaster. They say that every time you load on a coaster. No, dude, Cedar Point's legit. It's like a Six Flags or a Busch Gardens. It's really good, and they have some of the best coasters. So it's definitely not carnival, but that's the thrill of the ride, man. I mean, especially if you think you're gonna die, it makes it more fun.
But now, see, I know what Bob's talking about, because we've got a state fair here where they had something, and I mean, we're in Columbus, we're in a capital, where a ride was just not kept up well, and it just broke one day, and all these people. So I don't know. I actually don't remember the specifics because we didn't go that day, but we usually try to go to the state fair at least once every year because they also show bunny rabbits and they have animals and I mean, it's Ohio, so of course it's farmers and all that stuff. But they have this big butter cow. They sculpt a cow out of butter. It's like 2,000 pounds of butter or some nonsense. So we try to go, but one of the rides broke, and it just people were just not safe. So I understand where Bob's coming from for what it's worth.
So hear me out on this, okay? I'm going to give you the logic because I'm a logical being. People are going to say, I can hear the listeners now. All right, Matt, Caleb, last time you went to Cedar Point, think about this. Close your eyes and visualize. You're getting ready to go on to that carnival or that roller coaster, that whatever it is, right? You're excited. You've had a bunch of whatever you've eaten and drinking. You're on the line. It sucks sometimes to be in the line. And then I want you to think about who was the attendant.
Yeah.
Running the ride.
Right.
How old were they?
Yeah.
How much do you think they care? So this is the difference, folks. I will rock climb. I will rappel. I will do all kinds of cool stuff because if I go with somebody, that person's going to be there. It's going to be a professional, and that's all they care. Like that's not all they care about, but that's like their life's passion, right? Professional rock climbers, skydivers, all of that stuff, right? You go to a carnival. And you're dealing with a 19-year-old kid who's got a summer job and is making $4.50 an hour plus tips, maybe, and has to get a second job so they can pay the gas into their car to get to work. How much do you think they really care whether the maintenance guy showed up that night or not? I'm just throwing it out there.
Bro, Cedar Point has its own zip code.
Yeah, Cedar Point does have its own zip code. It's a town. It's
that makes it worse.
There are adults running these rides, and you know what? Whatever, bring it on. The higher the risk, the more the thrill.
Look up the Siren's Curse, Bob.
Oh
Just
yeah,
look up the
please.
Siren's Curse. That's the newest ride. And yes, I rode that the other day. Was it just yesterday? No, 2 days ago. Jeez, I couldn't remember because I'm still recovering.
You rode the Gatekeeper,
Siren's Curse, Maverick. Steel Vengeance is the one that I think Bob would be like, fuck all this. But that ride is dope too. I mean, they're all great. My personal favorite's the Gatekeeper, but when he sees this video of the Siren's Curse and the fact that the there it is.
Nope. You know what? I'd rather build that in Roller Coaster Tycoon and not have a stopping point.
You want to know my favorite roller coaster of Cedar Point? It's a really old one. It's still there. It's still there for a reason. It was there when I went to Cedar Point when I was 15, a long time ago. The Raptor.
I figured. I knew it.
Inverted hanging coaster, and that dive into the inverted loop with the double helix, fucking incredible. It's amazing.
It's great.
Yeah, last time I went to Cedar Point, I rode the roller coasters 25 times. We rode like 25 coasters. Yeah. So, I love theme parks. I love roller coasters. I'll ride that shit all day, every day. I would love for the Siren's Curse to break down and for them to evacuate us. That's an incredible story. That would be fun.
I mean, it has a couple times.
I know, many times.
It's new. It's brand new. Like,
right.
But it ran, I think it was 5,000 times the first time without any issues at all. And I don't know exactly what their rigorous, what they do
who knows?
To test these things, but the engineering is sound. I mean, they're not going to just throw people up there and say, if everybody dies, it's fine.
It's okay. Boeing makes airplanes that work really well the first 5,000 times.
Right. So for our listeners, just so you understand the concept of what we're talking about before we get into the news, Siren's Curse, they take you out and you go up the hill and you go to basically a fall on, like there's a piece of track that they stop you on, and then they take that track from 180 degrees and invert it 90 degrees when you're on it, and then they drop you down, kind of like a dive coaster, but it's got a new mechanic where the whole track just angles 90 degrees straight down. Oh, give me it.
Part of the track is just disconnected.
Yes.
One way or another. And when you're looking straight down, I believe it lasts 8 seconds before they let you go.
Did you ride in the front?
They told us where we had to go. You're row 3, you're row 4, you're row 5, just to make it a little bit faster. And that doesn't bother me, especially with a new ride. We were in the front half of the car.
Okay.
So I think we might have been row 2 or 3. I really don't remember. I just remember we weren't in the very front, and when we looked down, we saw some of our friends that just happened to be there looking right up at us, and they recognized us. They started screaming. It was actually pretty cool.
That's awesome.
amazing.
Anyway,
I rode
yeah.
the front
So
of Valraven. Valraven's another
Oh,
dive
yeah.
coaster. That's higher than the Siren's Curse. It's pretty high. It's it's a dive coaster that takes you, and basically when you're going to the drop, they stop you. And I rode the front, and I basically just let go, and I was hanging off, and I was just like, "Take me right now."
it's very cool. I feel
then
like
they-
Bob is just like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Because I'm just looking at his face. He's
I
just-
enjoy. I really appreciate that you guys love it. I get my if I'm gonna do thrills, I would rather do them somewhere else. Like it's just the
That's
way
fair.
it's the way I'm
Yeah.
built. Because a mechanical mind, you say you break the track, like that's
Yeah.
additional pieces that could ultimately have failure because everything breaks down. But
Mhm.
you know, I have no problem doing. I
Yep.
would have no problem doing skydiving, or I have no problem with rock climbing or whatever, right? Like something physical that I'm in control because I'm a control freak. But when you
Sure.
put me in a seat and say, "Good luck, hope everything goes well," I'm like, "Nope, I have zero control, so I'm a complete breakdown." I know I sound like Tony Shalhoub in Monk right now.
No, Caleb and I love roller coasters, and Bob, I'll go skydiving with you. But yeah, let's get into the news. Let's get into the fucking news. What
do
we
it.
got? What we got this week? Let's see.
Well, would you want to start it off, my friend?
I'll start it off. Yeah. So there are, let's just kick it off with the new games coming to PlayStation Plus Essentials. We usually don't cover this, but there are some pretty notable games on here. We're getting Mortal Kombat 1. We're getting Spider-Man Remastered. It's the original Spider-Man Insomniac games on PS5. And we're also getting Sword of the Sea. So Sword of the Sea is a brand new game from Giant Squid with the composer of what's his name? We just talked about him on episode 15. He is the same composer of Journey. He's going to be doing this game. And
Austin Wintry.
Austin Wintry. Thank you, brain fart. We're getting Unicorn Overlord. That's a pretty awesome game. Yeah.
I've played that. I've played that. I'm so excited for all of those. I actually have not heard this news, so I'm very thrilled to hear it. But I didn't know that Unicorn Overlord is getting on there too. That's great.
Yeah. But these aren't the gems. The gems have yet to be announced. The gems are two of probably the best PlayStation 1 games that came out. We're getting some PS1 catalog in here. Ones we've been waiting for and asking for a while. We're getting Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. Yeah.
Awesome.
So previously you couldn't even play those at all, but now you can. I believe you can get them part of the subscription, or you can buy them straight up. I think PS1 games are $10, which I love that they do that. Right? I love that they're not like, oh, you want to play them? Do the subscription only, or give the option for me to buy it. You know, because I own some Black Labels, and maybe I want to buy it digitally to own it and play it whenever I want, and maybe I don't want to fire up my old PS1 hardware and play it on that. But yeah, we're getting some really awesome games, and that'll be part of PS Plus Essentials and Premium. So if you're subscribed to Essentials and Premium, you're going to get those games. So I'm very excited for Sword of the Sea. That's a brand new game. I think it's going to be awesome. I have it drafted. I'm super excited for it. I was a big fan of Journey, The Pathless, Abzu. I think it's going to be great.
They don't miss. So yeah, that was a really good pickup for you, for sure.
Yes. Did you play The Pathless, Caleb?
The Pathless is actually one of the only ones I haven't. I own it, and I just never played it yet. I was finishing up some of the older ones like Abzu. I believe the last one I played was Abzu, and it was great. But no, I know that way back when it came out, you and Bo both were telling me that the Pathless was damn good, and I ended up getting it, and just too many games, too many real life things, and I thought this will be here one day, and I won't be disappointed when I go back to it, and I do need to do that for sure.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. I hear you. It's the age old tale of, oh my God, there's too many games to play. And something's got to give, So the
Well, the other
Pathless is
thing is,
incredible.
for games like this, maybe it's just me. I have to be in the right mindset to play them. It's not
Right.
that they're boring.
Sure.
I don't want to say that they're boring. It's not that.
No.
It's just more of a zen-like, calming thing. And if I want an action game, I'm not going to pick up. I guess I can't speak for Sword of the Sea, but for Abzu and stuff, that's not a game that you play when you want an adrenaline rush. That's not.
Right.
That's just not what I would do. So if I wanted to play Wolfenstein, I'm I'm not going to go play Journey. That they're different. So with the Pathless, what if you were to describe it as any other kind of game? Because they're very unique. All of the things that they do is very unique. But what does anything come to mind? Is it more like an eco, or is it
Journey meets Solar Ash?
Okay,
with a dash of Immortals Phoenix.
Oh, really? It's okay.
Yeah, so you have some stacked levels. You have the traversal of Solar Ash. You have puzzle solving like Journey had. The art style like Journey, of course. But yeah, it was a PS5 launch window title. I don't know if it's a launch title. Yeah, I'd say those 3 games combined, you have the Pathless with incredible music from an incredible composer. So yeah, really good. I loved it.
I definitely want to play it.
We are, man. There's so many games coming out, especially in August. But yeah, I loved it. I platinumed it. Highly recommended. And I couldn't be more excited for Sword of the Sea. I actually might play Sword of the Sea right when it comes out. I think it's like this Monday or something, which is a crazy release date.
Sure.
Before I finish Death Stranding. And a lot of like those of you who know me know that I rarely play a game before I finish one. But man, it's just that feeling. What are you feeling right now? I do need a cozy game, and I need to cry my eyes out, I think. Because I mean, Giant Squid's gonna make your
No comment.
I was gonna say you're crying.
No,
come to us. We got you.
It's taken a while to get there, though. I just kind of need like a different pace. I'm like piece candy. So in Death Stranding, I'm not mainlining it. I'm not doing the golden path. I'm always like, shit. Well, this road needs built. Oh, this road needs built. Oh, well, I might as well deliver these packages. Oh, this person has 3 other orders. Oh, this takes me here. It's just a spider web of greatness. I love it. I may just need a break from it, just this tiny one, because Sword of the Sea isn't going to be a long game. They never are. The Pathless was a little meaty, but I mean, probably max 10, 15 hours, which I can totally do. I'm super excited for it.
Sure.
And I'm excited to get back to Death Stranding for sure.
Cool.
Yeah. Bob, you're not going to play Sword of the Sea, right? You got to play Journey, man. It's 3 hours. You just got to play it.
Yeah, I'd rather go to Journey first. It's good to see that Sword of the Sea is on here. I'll eventually get to it because I know they're shorter, more artistic games is a better way to put it. But I do want to call out on this news. For anybody that's interested, I know we're talking about a lot of heavy hitters, but a sleeper game in a series that I kind of enjoy if you just want to turn your brain off is Earth Defense Force 6. If you haven't, have either of you guys played the Earth Defense Force series?
That's with the bugs, right? Like the big bugs.
So this is like Helldivers, but more arcadey. It's offline. There is couch co-op availability, but it's sci-fi shooter, so it's not just bugs, but you can fight aliens and things like that. And you're literally defending Earth. And it's, in some of those games, it has a lot of the charm that you get with Helldivers 2, where it's over the top. Like in one of them, they start singing a cadence about like swatting the bugs and defending Earth. It's much more over the top and arcadey, but it's a lot of fun if you just want to turn your brain off for a couple hours.
Cool.
Okay.
Speaking of Helldivers, we got some Helldivers news, don't we, Bob?
Yeah, we did. So I believe you said you saw this too, Caleb.
Yeah, this was the only piece of news that I did see.
Okay, so this is the only piece.
Straight on us, yeah.
Yeah, so we finally got a trailer for Helldivers 2 to Xbox. Did you guys actually watch this trailer?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. I really love the music. I love the cutting, the production in this. Just to get saliva in there. Like, why didn't we get this out the gate? Because I saw it and I was like, "Fuck, I want to play Helldivers now."
Right?
um, but this is across multiple media. I got this from Video Games Chronicle itself specifically. But at the very end, right afterwards, and they give you the Xbox logo. There's a small 10 maybe 15-second snippet of a single hell pod dropping, and I didn't catch it at this at first, but there's a little bit of a saxophone snippet there, and the internet sleuths, being the internet sleuths they are, realized that this is directly sampled from Halo ODST's official soundtrack. So now people are wondering, are we finally getting the one thing that everybody really wants, which is a Halo and Helldivers crossover?
I mean,
Dude, that
could
would
there be
be
a more perfect
nuts.
crossover? Could there be a more perfect crossover? Like Helldivers is basically ODST.
If you think about it, you're not a super soldier, so you're a regular ODST. Remember, not the super soldiers that are the Spartans. You're defending Earth against an alien race invasion, and you get to use a lot of guns. Oh, by the way, there's friendly fire. Sounds like Helldivers to me.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exciting. I didn't actually recognize that right away, which is rare for me. I typically can pick up on a score or a soundtrack tease or whatever. Uh, to be honest, though, I wasn't watching it as close. I kind of had it on while I was doing something else, and I don't do that. But as soon as that information crossed my ears, I went back and I listened, and I was like, "Oh shit, it is!" So I was very excited. So that's a super cool little piece of news.
Yeah, absolutely. My only issue is it releases in a tight window.
Yeah, man, tell me about it.
Tight as a tiger. So tight.
Toy like a
Crazy.
tiger.
We have so much coming up. Like, there's so many games coming out in August. Like, we got Sword of the Sea, we got Metal Gear Solid Delta, we got Gears of War. There's one I'm missing, right? Shinobi at the end of August, right after Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. So, whew, yeah. But that's an exciting crossover. I mean, it's not announced officially, but like, because they teased it, and I love the ongoing support they're giving this game. I've played 100 hours of Helldivers. I'm down to play more for sure. I need to get back into Monster Hunter first, though. Monster Hunter
you do.
Wilds. Yeah.
There was another update. I actually, when we get to what we're playing, there's another update. They have 9-star difficulty monsters now. So,
oh my god!
And you get. I almost sent you a picture. Sorry, minor spoilers for Monster Hunter Wilds. I got. They have like the randomized talismans now. So I beat a 9-star Arcvelt, tempered Arcvelt, and got, I think, 3 talismans that have 2 of them have 4 skills on it. 4 points of skills, I should say, not 4 skills, but 4 points of skills. And one of them has like 3 skills with 2-1-1, and one of them's pretty dope. But I had to stop to do this podcast, so I didn't actually get to theory craft or anything. But that was kind of exciting, super cool.
Yeah, we gotta get back into that and play it. Monster Hunter Wilds is a good time. So, Bob, we gotta get you past high rank. We gotta get you. But when, right?
Right.
You're right, because I'm pretty sure, gentlemen, I am booked between August 28th and pretty much all the way through the end of the year. Like at this point in Junction, I'm pretty confident of that, because I'm going into Metal Gear Solid Delta, into Borderlands 4, into Final Fantasy Tactics Remastered. And by the time I get through those, it's going to be so close to December that I might as well just go ahead and wait for Octopath Traveler 0.
Yep.
Right. And don't forget, in October, you got Ghosts of Yote. You got Mina the Hollower. I don't know if you're interested in it, but the demo's out. We're going to talk about that. And Chronos the New Dawn. Don't forget about that.
So I actually have to ask you guys. I have to ask you guys, because I know we've talked about it a little bit, but on your earlier episodes, because I actually just finally caught up this morning. I finished episode 15, and I heard you guys talking about it. You were talking about the trailer that you saw. I don't know if I'm just out of my gourd. I'm not that excited for it. I want you guys to
Chronos?
sell it to me. Yeah, it looks fine, but I want it to look great. I feel I'm getting a little bit of the same vibes that I got from what was it, Callisto Protocol that came out with that last year or 2 years ago. I actually think Chronos does look better than Callisto Protocol. Don't get me wrong, but watching the trailer, I was just like, eh. So
Which
I
trailer
kind
did
of
you
want you
watch?
guys. What was the most recent one? Was it Nintendo's? The
Yeah.
Nintendo Direct?
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, PlayStation released one too. And yeah, did you watch the PlayStation trailer or the Nintendo Switch 2 trailer?
Pretty sure I saw the Nintendo Switch 2 trailer. I think.
Got to watch the PlayStation trailer. It runs and looks a lot better.
Yes. Okay. Not only that, they clarify some of the extra stuff that you saw in the Nintendo trailer where you're like, okay, that's an interesting mechanic, but how's that actually going to play into this game from an overall arching concept? PlayStation comes out and says, okay, this is how we're going to, I mean, honestly, I could put it for you. It's in the material, but like that, hey, you're getting the weapon upgrades, but it requires, potential changes in timeline. All of that is explained in the PlayStation because they go more in depth onto how those mechanics will play out. And I'm absolutely excited for it. I walked away feeling a lot better from it.
I'm glad to hear that because I was just like, I don't get it. It didn't look bad by any means. I just thought it seemed like another one, another one of those. So I will, after we're done, I will watch the PlayStation one. I'm glad to hear that.
And let us know for sure. And like Bob said, they go into a little bit more like time travel-y stuff. So yeah, well, that's really cool.
That gives me goosebumps. I love that shit. I eat that up.
Oh yeah.
If they do it well, I eat that up.
Right. I have high hopes. So let's see. Any other news that we have?
Yep. I got one other thing for you, and this is the other one that you said you hadn't heard, Caleb. So for the Nintendo fans out there, me being included, if you're a Nintendo Switch Online user and you paid for the expansion pass for the GameCube, on August 21st, the Nintendo will be releasing its beloved cult classic, Chibi Robo.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I wondered why you wouldn't tell me because I wanted to know, but yeah. All right. That's cool. That's a good get.
Yeah, that's a good get. For anybody that's not aware or know what we're talking about, Chibi Robo came out on the GameCube. This would have been I think this was a late era one. Don't quote me on that. I want to say, I'd have to go look. I want to say 06, near the end of the life cycle.
That's one of the classics on GameCube for sure.
Yep. It says June 23rd, 2005, but I can't confirm if that's Japanese or US. That was
okay. All right.
But I knew thereabouts. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was near the end. And this is you are a little robot running around doing chores, and I mean little, like a miniature sitting on your desk doing chores for this family.
Tiny.
The difference is you have to keep an eye on your battery, and he has this plug that like 3-prong plug sitting in the sticking out his ass, and you got to plug into an outlet to make sure you don't run out of battery life. It's kind of one of those. It's a very and I don't mean this in a derogatory term. Correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen. In the description, it's very Japanese.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I mean, Chibi is in the name, so
yeah, that's fair.
Right. Yeah. It's great to see this title coming to the online service. I can't wait for more GameCube stuff to come out. It's probably one of my favorite consoles of all time, I'd say. Favorite consoles, doesn't include the handhelds, right? But the GameCube just had so many bangers and so many beloved titles for me. Like, I mean, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess is my favorite game of all time, and it debuted on the GameCube. It was a Wii title as well, but it was made for the GameCube. Metroid Prime, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Luigi's Mansion, the list goes on. So I'm excited that they're doing this. I hate that it's a subscription service, but it's exciting to hear new titles come to it nonetheless.
Definitely.
So, cool. Yeah, that's an awesome piece of news. Let's see. This is a niche piece of news, but I'm excited for it. I know you're excited for it, Caleb, just like the Darksiders 4 news. Pretty niche, but
yeah. I can't
You're
get
very
any
excited
harder.
for it.
I can't get any harder. Like, just give me Darksiders 4.
Yes, everyone. Darksiders is such a good series. Caleb can attest to this. He's a big fan of it as well. Go play them if you haven't, and be excited for 4. You're going to be excited for 4 if you played any of the Darksiders games. Let me say that. So yeah, Bloodstained, the Scarlet Engagement, finally got a PlayStation Store page, and there's some description. And I'm not going to read the whole thing; it's pretty long, but it kind of says that it's going to be a prequel, that it's going to be co-op, that we're going to have Leo and Alex, young fighters with the Church's Black Wolves clan, and Knight of the Kingdom's White Stags, lone survivors of an initial unsuccessful expedition. Join Leo and Alex as they rise together to defeat Demon Lord Elias's reign of terror. So this sounds amazing. I am all on board with whatever Iga creates. He unfortunately doesn't do the Castlevania stuff. I hope Konami does something with the Castlevania IP. Castlevania might or might not be on this list we're about to talk about. Who knows? I'm a big fan of Castlevania, and this is a Castlevania spiritual successor, the 4th game of the Bloodstained series' second mainline, and it seems to be a prequel to Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. So I couldn't be more excited for this.
In Iga, I trust. That's all I have to say about it. I'm super excited for it. Looks great.
Heck yeah.
Same here. I've only played Ritual of the Night, I think, but I'm with you on that. I like how you say in Iga we trust, Caleb, because remember, that is a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for those that don't know, you know where I'm going with that, right? So the joke here, folks, is so Iga is the father of Castlevania, goes on, creates his own thing from Capcom, and ends up creating a wildly successful spinoff, right? Bloodstained. Meanwhile, Inafune is like, bye, and goes to create his own Mega Man inspiration, and
it's terrible.
And he hits the branch. The branch hits him in the face. So that's a double-edged sword. But yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Mighty
who was the
number
third
shit.
Yeah. Who was the third one Konami let go? And he went on to create an amazing new IP, Death Stranding.
Oh,
Never heard of it. No idea what that is.
Kojima was under Konami making greats like Metal Gear Solid. And Kojima's finally going back to the technical espionage third-person action adventure with Fizzant, coming to the PlayStation 6 probably. So yeah, they let go. I guess they either left or let go Kojima, Igarashi, and Inafune. And like one of them made Mega Man, one of them made Castlevania, and one of them made Metal Gear Solid. Like, what are they doing? Do something with the IP, please, or let it go, sell it to someone. Give me a fucking Castlevania, for the love of God. But we have Bloodstained, so, and Igarashi is the father of Castlevania, so I couldn't be more excited.
Can I tell you what I secretly want to happen, but it will never happen?
What?
I want Iga and Konami to make up, and I want him to connect the Bloodstained universe to Castlevania and make like a new Castlevania where maybe Miriam shows up or whatever. I know that's a ridiculous pipe dream, but a 40-year-old man boy can dream, right? Like that would make me so happy, because I want another Castlevania game. Lords of Shadow, first one was awesome. I think people were too hard on it. The second one, we don't talk about the second one, but Castlevania deserves some more love for sure.
Yeah, I love Lords of Shadow. It's one of my. It's not one of my favorite Castlevanias. It's a really good third-person action adventure game that I actually liked way more than other people did, and I think it's a great Castlevania game, and it's very integral to the story. I'm not going to spoil anything because they're probably going to remaster it at some point. But love me some Castlevania, as you're gonna see in this list, of course. But yeah, it says experience the Epiphany combat system. Like it has synergy moves where if you do the same combo or move at the same time. It does like a super combo or a super move to the screen. Looks awesome. Same art style. There's crafting, cooking, customization, personalization. Yeah, should be great, and it's co-op too. So
so you
I'm
said
very excited for that.
it's on PSN now. Do they have a release window or a date?
No.
Okay.
Release date to be determined. So yeah, if you're excited for that, go on the PSN, go on Steam, go on whatever platforms it's on, and add it to your wish list. This helps them gauge the excitement for it and gauge who's going to probably buy it, and it just helps with the marketing and the publishing and stuff like that. So if you are interested in it, go wish list it. I have wish listed, so I couldn't
That's
be
awesome, man.
yeah. So any other news?
No, I don't have any news, but I do have to ask or bring it up because Caleb, you mentioned it. Okay,
Yeah.
if your dream is the Castlevania and Bloodstain crossover, my dream now is to have Sam Porter Bridges meet Solid Snake at some point.
Dude. So like slightest, it's not a spoil. I'm not ruining anything, but it could be. If anybody doesn't want to hear anything about Death Stranding 2, then just
Skip.
stop listening for 30 seconds. Seriously. But when you see the bandana, the headband, I was like, are they going to do it? And then it's not related to that at all, but it was a cool little homage, I think. But that's just me.
No, you're right. And I'm going to tell people we're in the spoiler because I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Matt, no, you're good. All right. Did you see Gray Fox when the ninja first showed up?
I mean, I thought I did.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit.
To be clear, not literally Gray Fox.
Yeah, just in my brain, I was like, I see you, Kojima. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have to ask you, Bob, are you, because I know on the earlier cast you talked about working on the platinum, because you finished Death Stranding 2, which is great. And you did say it was now your game of the year. It overtook Clair Obscur, which I think we talked about it on the other episode, the last episode that I did with you guys, where I was worried that it was going to overtake Claire for me. And if it wins the end of the year instead of Claire, I'm not going to be upset about it. I'll be upset for Claire, but I won't. It's a shame because I feel like they both deserve all the candy and all of the joy and all the beer in the world. But did you end up platinuming it? Did you finish?
Well, I mean, if you want, Matt, let's just jump into what we're playing.
Okay, there you
Let's
go.
do it.
Sure.
Right. No,
This is a great segue.
Yeah, it's a great segue. No, I'm still playing Death Stranding 2. I keep getting distracted by full disclosure for the audience. So Riot, the company that makes League of Legends, finally released my favorite game mode. It's the only one I will actively go and play, called Earth Ultra Rapid Fire. Basically, everything's on cooldown and it's just chaos on the field, and you all have a bunch of fun, right? That kind of got me distracted. Awesome. Yes. But so. For the uninitiated or people who don't understand video game concepts, I don't know why you're listening still. Maybe it's because I'm unhinged. But for you video game folks, your champion has no mana resources or resource restrictions in place, so you have unlimited mana. All of the cooldowns on your abilities are start at 80%. You can increase that even further, and then a bunch of other stuff that comes into play. So it's just chaos, spell slinging, having fun. But all of that to be said, I have not platinum Death Stranding 2. I am working on it. I got a couple of the smaller stuff knocked out. Seen some of the Easter eggs that are hidden throughout the game, which made me love it even more. If I'm being honest. And I think really right now I'm at that point where I just need a 5-star shit, and it is so tough.
Yeah, there's one specific that I will tell you when Matt is not here, so it doesn't ruin anything since you're already through all the things, just to save you some time, because I didn't know this until I was finished, because it was one of those games where I was like, I'm not even going to look anything up. I'm just not. I'm going to do I'm going to do everything that I can, and I will only look something up if I just can't figure it out. And there was one piece of shit that I couldn't 5-star, and I actually thought it was bugged. So that's the only thing I looked up, and then I learned something that I was like, well, fuck you. That's the only part of the game where I was actively annoyed, and I just thought that's not great. But that's a very minor thing. So
I'm 95% sure. Correct. Correction. I'm 99% sure I know who you're talking about.
yeah.
Yeah, I can't say anything with
Yeah,
Matt
exactly.
here,
Like, I don't want to say anything else,
Yep.
but yeah. So
yeah, but 5 stars have been rough. I'll collect as many orders as I can, get a bunch of lost packages, have them delivered. I legit for some of these on 5 stars where it's at the start of the 5-star rank, I'll hit 2,500 likes. And then I watch the bar go, and it's like at the halfway point of the 5th star.
right? It's like 5%.
Yeah, it's so depressing that it makes me want to cry. But here's the difference, guys. And this is the big key, and this is why Death Stranding 2 is my game of the year. Okay. In Clair Obscur, a nearly perfect game, same with Death Stranding. To get some of the achievements in Clair Obscur kind of felt like a grind and a challenge. Getting max level, for example, or whatever, right? In Death Stranding 2, you're challenged to get spoilers. You got to get 5 stars in everybody. If you didn't know that, you go play Death Stranding 1. But I get challenged. I see that and I go, oh, that sucks. And then I go, wait a minute. I can go do this and then go around and I can do all of this. And then I'll come back to this guy in a little while and there'll be a bunch of more stuff and then I'll drop it off. I don't feel disheartened when I go, man, that's a huge challenge. I feel like I'm excited to do this. I don't get, I guess, like I said, I'm not disheartened for the grind. And I think that's the difference. There's such a charm to Death Stranding 2 that you don't care the fact that I literally spent 3 hours last night running around in my truck delivering packages. And I had zero care in the world. The only thing I was worried about was the next morning because I didn't get enough sleep.
It's funny that you say that specifically about not feeling disheartened by the grind, because I agree. I understand exactly what you mean, except for the one thing that I'm not going to say in front of Matt. That was the only time. I told another friend of mine who was asking, he's like, I live vicariously through you. I don't have time to play it. Tell me all the spoilers. So I was explaining this to him and he's just like, man, what a bummer. And I said, yeah, but if it's, I don't know the exact number. If there's like 46 people that you can, I really don't know the number. If 45 of them are great and one of them is an annoying piece of shit, that's still a pretty good track record, So I can't be that mad, but I just thought, man, I wish I'd have known that earlier, because the game does sort of inform you of stuff like that. You can, if you pay attention, except for this one. This is the only one that is sort of its own deal. And I thought that's kind of shitty, but again, that's being like super critical. I'm being really critical. And my platinum was 120 some hours. I honestly don't even remember now. And 40 of that was me just driving around like a dickhead fixing roads. It didn't even have anything to do with the trophies. I just had fun, and that's what games are about. So
you're right. And I will say Death Stranding 1 did something similar. So this is just being nitpicky. And you know what I mean. Near the end of the game. It's one of those, they don't give you a hint. But so I was, and I'm going to be very vague here, but somebody posted on Reddit, on the Death Stranding Reddit. They're like, hey, I saw this. What's this all about? Can somebody help me? And the top 3 comments were, well, if you go read the codec, you'd be okay.
Awesome.
I just encountered one of those where I got to a place in the game that has a specific puzzle that you have to go into the codec for, which is awesome, or the corpus.
Corpus, that's it. Thank you.
And that was cool.
I knew what you meant. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like that you can go and you have a list of every single person, and it tells you like the open orders they have. That's very nice. And there's a search function. This was not in one. In one, it was a different beast altogether. But I like that quality of life enhancement that you can like search open orders across the entire region you're in. So Yeah.
You want to know when I figured out that search function existed?
Oh no! Why?
Oh no! Way too late.
It was on the last chapter, and I was just like, I can't figure out where the fuck to go for this thing. And then I opened the menu by accident, the sub menu, I guess, and I felt real dumb, like really dumb, because I know that they tell you before that, and I usually don't miss stuff like that. I don't know what the hell I was on, but I thought, man, this would have been useful 85 hours ago. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a very great feature. I'm glad that you found it.
In your defense, there is a trophy. I know what you have to do for it. The problem is, I don't know specifically where in the game, which menu options I have to select in order to get this thing to do what I want it to do. And I read the menus and I'm looking and I'm like, I don't see it. I don't see it. So I may have to break down and go look it up.
You can also just ask me. Yeah, because I've got it. I got all the things, so I can tell you whatever you need to know.
Yeah. We'll chat offline. But yeah, Death Stranding 2. Still grinding away. It's probably gonna be my grind away game, as well as doing maybe, I don't know, whatever random platformer I can find until Metal Gear Solid Delta hits.
Cool.
Yeah. It's you're on the heels of Metal Gear Solid Delta, straight from Death Stranding. So I haven't got to play any Death Stranding. That's definitely the game I'm going through, loving every second of it. It's just a vibe, and I love doing everything in it. It's the world's better than 2 on a technical level. I still think I like 1 better just because it was so new and it's a new IP, and it's but I'm only halfway through, I think, so I'll save my which one I think is better until I beat 2. I gotta say, like, the last cutscene I saw, I was like mouth wide open. I'm like, holy shit. So it's the cutscene at the last part of episode 7, if that tells you anything. So, or 6, episode 6.
7. You're on 8 right now. It was 7.
Right.
Based on what you told me, it's 7,
right.
And that was very cool.
Yeah. Oh man. And then it gives you that music track to listen to, and I'm just like, oh, it's so good. So I'm loving Death Stranding. Can't play it now. So I've been traveling. So I have my Switch too. And I've been playing a really cool game. It's a breakthrough Switch 2 title because I have the brand new Switch 2. Never mind. No, it's not. It's going to be a multi-platform title. It's just crazy because I have this Switch 2 and I haven't played one fucking Switch 2 game on it. And it's been like 2 months. No. So a game that we, Caleb and I think you might be excited for it too, Bob, is coming out. There's a demo for it. And that's Mina the Hollower. And
awesome.
I heard about this demo and I was literally on the plane. And of course the plane got delayed because they had to fucking change the tire on the plane. Of course. Why wouldn't that happen? No, we were on the tarmac just sitting at the gate for hour and a half. And I found out there's a Mina the Hollower demo out on Switch 2 right now. And I was like, well, fuck. And I downloaded it. And I downloaded it just in time, and then we took off. So I played the demo 2.5 times because there are choices you can make in the beginning. You can choose your weapon. So, man, from what I played, it's an 8-bit style. You're a little mouse, and you can go underground to go faster. It's top down like your old 8-bit Zeldas, like, Oracle of Ages, the original Zelda. And you got a dash of Castlevania in there too. So
cool.
Yeah. But then wait, there's more. It's Zelda, Castlevania, and guess what? It's a fucking Soulsborne. So it is amazing. I loved everything I played on it. I chose the middle weapon first. I don't know. Did you choose the first weapon first, Caleb?
Yeah, I only played it the one time. Okay. Because actually, after I got about 15 minutes in, or probably like 10 minutes in, I almost stopped because I thought I don't want to see anymore, and then wait until October. Right. Like, fuck that. But I decided, no, the demo's out. I want to talk about it. I'll just play through the whole thing. So I did. I made the first choice. I tried all 3 of them in that little room right away because you could like turn it back in and change your weapon. I made the first choice though, and I thought, yeah, this is more my jam than anything else. I still want to go back and try the other ones, but
Oh yeah.
I was very happy with the way it played. Very happy with the way it sounded, the way it felt. That demo was really, really solid. I was excited before, and when I'm this excited, I usually don't even play a demo. But after playing it, I was even more excited. It's like that game is fucking rad. Like we have a winner on our hands, boys.
Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna be a hit. I called it a Zelda-vania born. I was like, holy shit, it's a Zelda-vania born. The pixel art is gorgeous. The beginning cutscene, the intro video, gorgeous. The gameplay is tight. It is challenging but fair. There's some really cool mechanics and upgrade systems in the game. And Yacht Club has done it again, I think. And did you get in the demo? Did you get some maybe Super Mario Land 2 vibes where you have to go to the six? Yeah,
a little bit. I was really I was trying not to get too immersed and just explore everything that I could because I thought I'll just wait for the full release. But it was hard, and that's the thing that kind of separates those kind of games, the great from the good. It's just the greats you want to explore and you just do it naturally, whereas the goods you sometimes feel compelled to just to move forward. But in this, I was interested in every frame. I just thought, what is this? How did Yacht Club Games? For people who don't know, they also did Shovel Knight. How did Yacht Club Games do it again? It's just that game looks great. I love the main character. Immediately, she's just got an instant charm. As soon as you see what she looks like in the pixel art, and I think they just created another smash. I'm super excited about it. Are you excited for it, Bob? Are you interested at all?
Oh, there's a reason I haven't gotten the demo. And it's not because I'm not excited. It's because I know a good game when I see it. I don't need to. Same thing. So Mina and the other one that's Square and Elliot. That I have zero reason to play either one of those because I look at them and I go, "Yep, that's a winner."
Yep.
So yeah, I'm excited for it. I played a bit of Shovel Knight. My son, my middle child, he played a lot of Shovel Knight as well. Love what they're going for with their and I'm just curious to see what other kind of inspiration. That's what I really liked about Hollow Knight was the inspirations. So I'm curious to see what else is going to be like. And I mean by like gameplay mechanics, callbacks to, well, quite frankly, the 8 and 16-bit era, and see what else they're going to bring to the table.
You're gonna love it, man. You really are. It's great. The demo's great.
I was a little hesitant to start the demo as well, but I took the dive, and this was a Kickstarter game, and I think Caleb, did you back it, Bob?
No.
Yeah,
they got enough money. They're okay.
It was announced a while back, and this was on the heels of Cyber Shadow, which is another Yacht Club game, which is in the vein of Ninja Gaiden, which we're probably about to talk about as well.
We are.
And man, they haven't missed. They've been working on this for a while. It got delayed a couple times, but I feel like they delayed it for the right reason. I can see the polish, the care, and the passion that's in this game. So I couldn't be more excited. I was pretty excited. I'm really excited now just to get a taste of it. And the demo, it gives you a good amount, but from what I've seen and what I'm thinking the game's going to be, I don't think it's like the intro, basically, I'd say. Didn't go into anything else, and it's just a slice of the whole pie we're about to get October 31st. So yeah, Mina the Hollower, if you're at all interested, if you loved any sort of 8-bit Zelda or 8-bit Castlevania, or you want a nice little Soulsborne to beat your ass with a little mouse and her huge ass fucking hammer, go check it out. It's really cool. It's a free demo. And it's a pretty beefy demo. You can get, it's like 40 minutes to an hour. My first run was like an hour. I was just exploring everything. I was just going in every little nook and cranny. The secrets in this game are pretty robust. Like there are a lot of secrets.
Cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
I think my one and only run was 38 minutes, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I died twice, both of those were me being an absolute idiot. Like, I'm going to try to jump in this hole. I think I could go down there. You cannot. And I didn't realize that I had very low health. So it's like, that's a shitty death. But yeah, I took my time, but I also actively tried not to explore a bunch other than just if it naturally happened. So I would say a solid 40 minutes to an hour just for the average gamer, unless you're a speed running jerk that only cares about your stats. Just have fun with it. If you're going to play the demo, have fun with it. It was the feeling I got when I started it was when I was a kid and I would rent a new game and the game sucked, I was just disappointed the whole weekend. When the game was really, really good, you could just tell as soon as it started, you're like, yeah, this is going to be my Friday and Saturday night. That was me, at least. That feeling was immediate. As soon as the opening thing happened, I was like, oh shit, oh shit, this is good. So yeah, I'm glad that you kind of talked me into playing the demo because I really wasn't going to, but I'm glad that we got to talk about it a bit for sure.
Yeah, and you nailed it. It's the nostalgia, right? It's going back to the one of the greatest eras of video games when they first released NES, even Game Boy. It's in that art style and it's 8-bit. And Bob, you should just download the demo and check it out. What else are you doing on your Switch 2? You're not playing any Switch 2 games.
Not yet, anyways.
To be fair, though, when you talk about the nostalgia, that's absolutely right. But what this game does that a lot of some of the other older school in genre style games do, such as I don't want to give away too many we might be talking about coming up here, but like we've talked about Sea of Stars before on this show. Sea of Stars obviously pulls all the past to present day and they evolve it. They make it stand up to now, right? Mina the Hollower does the same thing. It's just like, damn, this game couldn't have existed 30 years ago because of how they were able to make the gameplay mechanics work for them, but feels really good in that vein and also keeps it fresh and new. And that's really hard to do. So I applaud them for finding a way to, like, Shovel Knight was more like a Mega Man, and this is more like the 3 or 4 game styles that you mentioned. So that's just like, hell yeah.
Yep. So incredible demo. If you're on the fence about it or you're just excited to play it, go check it out. It's awesome. Let's see. Speaking of another 16-bit game, you guys have been playing. I think both of you. Have you been playing it, Bob? I know you've been playing it, Caleb.
Depends. I'm having a brain fart right now, man.
Are you
Gaiden
raging? Are you raging right now?
Are you bound to rage?
That's probably going to be this weekend. I'm going to sit down with no, because we got something else going on this weekend.
We do.
See, this is my problem. I got something going on. It is on my list. I promise, folks. This has my attention. It had my attention since the fucking first 3 seconds of the trailer. I saw it was a Ninja Gaiden game. So please take it away. Give me all of the glory that is Ragebound.
Yes, please, Caleb. Because I haven't played it yet.
Sure. So here's the thing. I have to preface this because, again, when I come on here and I'm super critical about stuff, I feel like I'm shitting on it, and I don't want to shit on it. I like Ninja Gaiden Ragebound quite a bit. I do. Before I talk about Ragebound, because that's sort of my main game right now, I'm going to just rapid fire the other things because the last 2 days have been a demo playing and just cleaning up new things. Monster Hunter Wilds got the new patch like last night or today, whenever the hell I did it. The first time I played was today, but I was doing the Flame Fet Festival, which was the last couple weeks. So a lot of new stuff in Monster Hunter Wilds. A lot of weapon changes, a lot of weapon upgrades, no real downgrades or side grades from what I can tell. Not that I'm any expert. I'm a insect glaive through and through, but yeah, I think you'll be happy. Couple more monsters, couple more difficulties, new skills, or not new skills, excuse me, new talismans, new stuff. So that's awesome. Marvel Rivals, I'll jump back into that every now and again because I'm a huge Marvel fan and there's a new season. So yeah. The demos, Mina the Hollower, big obvious one. But I also decided to download the Shinobi demo because I am very excited about Shinobi. I'm that weird ass guy that I like Ninja Gaiden better when it went 3D, and I like Shinobi better than Ninja Gaiden on the old school, which is like the opposite of what a normal ass gamer should think. I fully admit that. But I thought that Shinobi had such a neat, just untapped potential. Ninja Gaiden kept going. They went with the Xbox, they went fully 3D, and then made some really difficult, really well crafted games. So it was interesting that Ninja Gaiden Ragebound was dropping in July, and that a new Shinobi was dropping at the end of August. And I've always wanted to compare stylistically side by side, and I thought, well, now's my chance. I'm probably 85% through Ragebound, I would guess, based on collectibles and trophies and stuff. Um, and with Shinobi, I was like, yeah, all right, let's just see. It might be dangerous for me to jump into another Ninja demo because the controls might be different. And I will admit they are. And as soon as I went back to Ragebound, immediately made like 2 stupid mistakes. I was like, yep, that was a bad idea. But I'm actually more excited for the Shinobi game to come out now than I was before.
Wow.
And I was already excited. Not because I drafted it, because I fucking love Shinobi. So those have been my things, the demos and stuff. But on to Ragebound. So here's the thing about Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Soundtrack and score, which I actually would say it kind of has both. Awesome. It's very, just immediately, yes, please. Pixel art is great. Feels really good. Controls are relatively tight. There are a few things that bother me. And I don't know if it's just because the difficulty is a different kind of difficulty. I really can't put my finger on it yet. I think the game, and I mean, I'm a talented enough gamer. It's not that I can't do it. I think that at certain points, it's just slightly too hard for a first playthrough. I think I don't know what it is. I can't figure out, because I've been able to do it. It's no problem there. It's just like, man, I'm a little more pissed off than I wanted to be, even though I just beat the boss or the stage or whatever.
Let me interject. When he says
Sure.
he's a good gamer, he's super fucking humble because he's one of the most skilled gamers I know. This motherfucker, I've seen play games. I've seen his trophy list. You have incredible skill with video games, sir. So if you say that Ninja Gaiden Ragebound is hard, it's fucking hard. So
yeah. No, I will
just
say
wanted to interject.
Well, thank you. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. There's an assist mode in the game that they make it so it's accessible to other players. And that's awesome. I actually don't have a problem with that. My problem is I didn't even look at it. I saw that it was a thing and I turned it off immediately. I mean, it was off already, but I just kept it off. Had no idea what it was. I got a little pissed off yesterday when I was playing a stage, mostly because there was a challenge that I actually didn't understand what they meant. So it wasn't necessarily the game's fault. I was just like, I don't understand what the fuck I'm supposed to do here. It's not that I can't. It's just that I'm dumb. Well, I decided just to mess around. I was like, I'm going to turn on the assist mode and just see what it is so that when we're on the podcast, I can talk about it and just educate people. So I turned it on for a level that I had already played, and I went back, and I'm not going to lie, I kind of had more fun with the assist mode on than when it was off. And that's super weird for me to say. Like, I mean, I turned it on where you basically almost can't die. You can take no damage. Now, if you fall down a pit, you're still dead. But like if you get hit, you'll get knocked back, but it doesn't take your health down. And normally I'd kind of scoff at that for a first time playthrough. I would just think, why isn't the normal difficulty more accessible to everybody? And I'm really glad that they threw it in there, just so that if you want to just have fun and be a ninja and not worry about that shit, you can. That's cool. But when I went back to the assist mode off, I was like, God damn, these enemies are just, they're more annoying than cleverly placed in certain areas of the levels. That's the best way I can describe it. But that's me being hypercritical. The game is really solid. One real problem that I didn't think I had until I played the Shinobi demo, there's no voice acting in Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. It's text, and that's fine. The text is simple. It's in those older vein games. But Shinobi does have voice, and it really adds a lot, even though it's still simple dialogue. Oh, Joe Musashi, here you are, whatever. I just feel like Shinobi, they're very different games. Shinobi is more, it looks beautiful graphics. It's not intended to be pixel art. right? And Ninja Gaiden is intended to be pixel art in the style. So that's the closest thing I can say to compare it apples to apples. I know they're very different games. I know they're made for very different people. I tend to like them both. But if you're on the fence about Ragebound as a listener and you do not like difficult games, my advice is seriously give it a shot on the normal difficulty. Just go through, and if you get pissed off, don't be embarrassed to turn on that assist mode. Because I really did have fun in the old stage. I was like, this is cool. I can't wait to beat the game. And then go back on assist mode for the whole thing just to fuck around in their game, because Dotemu knows what to do. They know how to make a good game. It's kind of a bummer that I felt a little off put at first, because that's not what I wanted with Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. If I was giving it a score, I'd probably give it a solid 85, which is still
That's
awesome. Good. And I think, what did it get? Like an 88, 87, 88, yeah. Something like that.
89, so I think.
Yeah, like I'm really close. It's just those really, really minor things. And I'm not done with it yet. But I was telling Matt when we had lunch, I thought I was halfway through and I'd only played it for 3 hours. So if game length is a problem for people, I mean, these games are made to be played over and over again. So don't take that as a negative. But I was a little surprised that I was that far. And then when I came home and I played it some more. 86.
It's landed at an 86. Yep.
Oh, well, so it's getting closer to what I would rate it anyway. That's cool. But the demo I played for Shinobi, I was like, fuck, this is like a 92 for me right now. Now that's just a demo. But yeah, Ragebound is very good. I wish it were slightly easier for a first-time playthrough, just so you could have fun with the game. Just as an average gamer, it's nice to have fun with the game. Now, there's somebody out there listening right now that's like, hey, you asshole, all the Ninja Gaiden games were real fucking hard back in the day. And they're not wrong. You, sir or lady, are not wrong. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm 40 now and I'm like, I don't want to be mad. It is called Ragebound in its defense. That's part of it. But it's really solid. I can't nitpick too much. I do think it's good. Yeah. So that's what I've been playing mostly.
That's awesome. I have one question though.
Sure.
Is there knockback? And you know what I mean.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I need.
Yeah. But sometimes there's knockback to you.
That's what I'm talking about. That was the difference for the original Ninja Gaiden. Was the little fucking bat hit me and I got knocked back and went into the pit. Yeah. I love that shit. I love that. It feels jank, but there's some nostalgic, I think, about that.
Yeah. There's a few mechanics that I feel like they say, hey, you're going to do this, and then it's going to pay off this way. And you run into this set of mobs and you can't do the thing that they want you to do, even though you know you need to do the thing. And so you have to sort of wait for a second, and then that opportunity presents itself. And for me, and I'm trying to be really vague on purpose since you haven't really gotten into it yet, but it's like they want you to move fast because they time the levels. It's like not necessarily made for speedrunners, but you can't move fast the first time. And I mean, I have pretty good reflexes. I know part of it is a little bit of pride, and I don't want to be prideful, but it's like, man, I'm better than that. Why did I fucking die? And it's like, oh, because I didn't know that this thing could have possibly been done this way until I died over and over and over again. And that is somewhat the style. But as an older guy now, I mean, as an older gamer, your average gamer, I'm just like, if I could do it the first time through because I'm skilled enough, I feel like I've earned that right. And there's some deaths where I was like, I don't feel like that was a skill issue. I feel like that was just a stupid fuck you of the game. And maybe that's not right. Maybe I wondered, I was like, maybe I'm just bad now. So I loaded up something else that was real hard. And I was like, nope, I still got it. It's the game. But the game is really good. Again, I'm being super hypercritical. It's a really good time. But do not be embarrassed if you're old or if you're not as good at games and you want to experience a good game. Turn on the assist mode and don't feel bad about it, because it's still really fun with assist mode on for what it's worth.
So what I heard is that what you described there, I know it wasn't me, it was the game. I imagine this in my head, and that's Matt when he's trying to play a Soulsborne game.
Like Sekiro.
Just Sekiro.
Yeah. Stupid fucking game.
Yeah.
God,
I did wrong in the game for sure. There's just these instances every so often where I'm like, man, that was dumb, and then you go back and you're like, it's still dumb. Like I can't, I don't like the way that worked, you know.
So I'm going to keep that circle around, and I'll continue to make fun of myself now, because that's me when it came to Black Myth Wukong. Fuck that game.
Yep. You
you'll
tried
have
fighting
that.
the
You'll
rat
have
boss over at my place.
Oh,
Couldn't
really?
get him.
All right.
Yep. So no, did you get the rat boss at my place? I thought you did.
Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, but then you never played anymore.
Yeah, there was something else that just pissed me off.
I mean, I platinum Black Myth, I platinum Liza P, I platinum Demon Souls. So I mean, it's just that one fucking Soulsborne, man, Sekiro. Caleb had a good idea. He said you should play Sekiro and stream it. And just
Oh shit!
But here's the thing, because it's not about being embarrassed. It's first of all, it's kind of your white whale, right? It's a little bit of a white whale for the Souls series. The game, I actually think Sekiro is the hardest of all the Souls games. I do.
Good to know.
I fucking loved it. I don't think there's a Souls game I haven't platinumed that I have played. I'm not sure. But crazy. Sekiro was one that was like, I don't know. I just felt it. And then when I got my ass destroyed later, I was like, this game is hard as fuck. Like because at first it was really easy for me. The parrying system, it just made sense. It clicked. I don't know why, because I was garbage at parrying in the other Souls games. But I think because Sekiro was faster paced and more samurai oriented, and with actual sword deflection and fast movement instead of this weird. Well, I call it Souls jank. I don't know what else to call it, but the Souls jank, like when you have a sword and shield, a small shield, and you try to parry in a Souls game in the older ones, it's almost like the timing. Once you learn the timing, you're fine, but it doesn't always match the visuals. And in Sekiro, it matched almost perfectly. It was great, especially since it was on last gen consoles. But Sekiro was very, very hard. So when Matt was very upset at Sekiro, I was like, dude, I feel you. We've all been there, but like, game is fucking hard. Don't be too hard on yourself. That game is hard. So I think if he streamed it for people and people could see, I want him to go full rage monster. It just like flip the table, like fuck this game, I hate it, and then come back 20 minutes later, because I think that'd be a really fun time, and you could show people that game is difficult.
It'd be entertaining for sure.
Yeah. You're right. Not to derail us too much, Caleb, but you got me going. That exactly what you're describing is why I prefer Bloodborne over all of them, because Sekiro it's difficult. Yeah. But you got to get the timing. In Bloodborne, it's like, who cares? Parry this, you fucking casual, as you hit him with a blunderbuss.
Yeah. No, Bloodborne is really, really, really good too. I do think Sekiro is my favorite because also the Japanese. I mean, come on. I need that in my life. So,
oh yeah, Bloodborne was awesome. I almost platinumed that, but I just couldn't do the multiple endings. I want to get back to it soon. So yeah, Sekiro, man, you can't power level, and it's just such precise timing. And then they incorporated that new mechanic with the circle where you step on the spear or whatever, and I just couldn't get that. I couldn't get it.
Sorry.
I tried for like an hour, and I raged out, and I don't own the game anymore because I got so mad that I ejected the disc and I fucking broke it.
For you listeners at home, he sent me a photo because I was asking, I'm like, hey, how are you doing in Sekiro? I knew he was having a rough time with one of the things. I'm not making fun of you, I promise, but it was earlier than I expected. There's one part where I expected him to have troubles because it's kind of a bitch for everybody who plays. I think it was bullshit. So I assumed that's what he was talking about. And then he sent me a photo of where he was in the game, and I actually felt bad because I was like, I don't know what to say. I didn't know how to help for that. But then, a couple days later, I texted him like, "Hey, how's it going, buddy?" And he just texted me back a picture of this broken disc, and he's like, "Fuck this game." And I was like, all right, maybe you come back to it later. But it's hard, man. I'm there with you. I got ragey when I was trying to platinum Devil May Cry 5. I felt like I was 12 years old again, and I wish I had a cable to rip out of my controller, but they're wireless now, so I couldn't. And I was trying not to throw things because that was also very hard. But So don't feel embarrassed. Play Sekiro for people. That'll be fun. I would love to watch that. That'd be great.
I think so too. We'll definitely get around to it. So
everybody loves a good rage out moment, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's definitely entertaining. But speaking of being 12 years old, the
let's get into it.
16-bit era is why we're here for the main topic. It's episode 16. We're going to go through our top 5 16-bit games of all time. 16-bit being the SNES, the Sega Genesis, the Game Boy Advance, all basically the golden era of video games. Honestly, there are so many, and to narrow it down to 5 is pretty tough. And we're going to go into our top 5 16-bit games, and we brought Caleb on here because he did the 8-bit. You'll probably be on there for the 32-bit as well, because that's getting into PlayStation, right? So we wanted to bring you on, not only because we love you and we like talking video games and drinking beer with you, but you were on the 8-bit and we wanted you on the 16-bit too. So
awesome.
Happy to have you here to round out the trifecta of gamers talking about 16-bit video games, and very nostalgic era for us. We were kind of like teenagers in this era, right?
Yeah, I would have been between. Well, actually, when the Super Nintendo came out, it was what, 1990? I think in America, or 91, maybe somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And I would have been 6 years old, 5, 6 years old. And I didn't get one right away, but yeah, I was that age, and then just everything that came after it. I mean, the Game Boy Advance, sure, I was a teenager, 15.
Yeah.
What do you remember when the Game Boy Advance came out? Was it?
Oh man, no.
I'm looking at it now, and that's the only reason why I'm scratching my head, because it came out in 2001.
Late 90s.
2001.
Okay.
So I will give you this caveat to you guys. We're going to go with it. This is why I didn't have any Game Boy Advance games. Otherwise, I have a slew of them. Because
are you going to say yes? Go ahead. I know what you're going to say.
The GBA is a 32-bit system.
It's a 32-bit system that played 16-bit games.
16-bit games.
It's a 16-bit game, though.
Did we just become best friends?
But the thing is, there were a few well, actually, maybe I don't know who would be more the expert about it, Bob or Matt. But you're the retro gaming encyclopedia, so I'm gonna look at you, Bob. Can you maybe explain? I mean, a lot of people who are here listening obviously know enough about video games, are interested in it. Can you explain in layman's terms the difference between 4, 8, 16, 32-bit? Because I think that's very important to establish. I know we touched on it a little bit in the 8-bit episode, but it's hard to compare, especially with games nowadays like Mina the Hollower. Mina the Hollower is not an 8-bit game. It is an 8-bit game, but the color palette, there's more colors than an 8-bit. So anyway, if you could explain to people, that would be helpful, I think.
Yeah, no, you know what? That's a really good point, Caleb.
That is.
So I'm going to give you a very, 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 very basic interpretation of this. This is going to be if you're the guy that goes, well, actually, in the back of the classroom, we're not doing collegiate level. This is like elementary school explaining, so you leave out some just certain details and whatever. Okay, but in the world of computers, everything is binary. Sorry, folks. Even in 2025, computers are binary. Onesies and zeros. They're all bits. A 1 and a 0 is a bit. When we as a species were still developing the microchips and the processors, everything came across, and you could only handle so many bits of data at once, or the number of what they would call channels. Think of them, and the best way I describe this is think of them as highway lanes on a highway. Was the best way to describe that. The more lanes you have, the more cars you can get through. The more bits you have, the more information that can be traveled across those. And that's naturally when we went from, and because everything in binary goes by a power of 2, you go from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 when we hit the NES era and a couple other consoles that nobody really talks about anymore. And that's why we went from 8 to 16 instead of 8 to like 10 or 12 or something like that, because you're multiplying by 2. So so we went from 8 plus 8 or 8 times 2 to 16, and that's where we're at the 16-bit era. At least from raw processing power, that's why they call it that. There's more to it when you talk about the spectrum of colors, and then like the music chips or the audio chips that were included back in the day when boards had audio chips. That information and data was important. I know I sound like an old man on a hill, but trust me, this stuff is super important to understand when you're talking about the generationals of games, because now we're on GPU 50,000 20 over 9,000 RTX with
It's
like,
ridiculous.
I don't know. It's ridiculous. So we've exponentially grown, but that's where we're at. We're in the 16-bit era. The 16-bit is stylized now, but that's where that term comes from. Now, when we're talking about 16-bit era, we talk about things like, I'm going to give you an example because you said it earlier. Sea of Stars on the PlayStation 5 is not
just technically 32-bit.
Yes.
Well, it's not, I mean, it's
yeah. But it's stylized as a 16-bit game of this era, and it's heavily inspired by maybe one of the games on my list.
It's inspired by 85 games on my list. One thing for the listeners, that it's not foolproof, it's not perfect, but one of the things that I learned a long time ago with my love of video games, with the evolution from 8, 16, 32, and so on, the color gamut is actually one of the biggest hints. So, I mean, think about the Blue Bomber. Everybody knows Mega Man. Even if you don't like Mega Man, you've heard of Mega Man. You can recognize the color of Mega Man. You can recognize that the entire blue body of him is not the same blue. There's a little bit darker in his helmet, a little bit lighter around his shoulders and arms, because he didn't have the Mega Man X suit that most people would know maybe nowadays. But when he evolved into, I believe Mega Man 7, I think, was the first one that was 16-bit. I think that was on the Super Nintendo. Well, I know it was on the Super Nintendo, but I think that was the first one that was 16-bit. And the color palette just, I mean, it basically doubled. You could get much more of a range than you could on the NES. And that's not just for Mega Man, that's for other games. So what they're talking about with Sea of Stars being 32-bit, the color palette that they have with Sea of Stars is more than an OG 16-bit game could have handled. Now, there's more to it than that, as Bob said. There's way more to it than that. But for me, that's kind of my visual hint when I'm trying to figure out what a game is. I can get pretty close when I pay attention to how many colors they can go through on screen.
Ooh, you mentioned this, Caleb. And you know what's a really good game for the listeners that may have not played it, that can tell you the difference, because it switches dynamically between 8. Yep. It's the Messenger.
Yep. That was I was assuming that was on our list, but I didn't know because it switches. I didn't know if that counted. so
you know, maybe we should have redefined these or defined these rules a little bit better, because I may have a top 10 and not a top 5.
Yeah.
30. I couldn't narrow it down. I have 30. So you guys, I figured, could go first, and then I could just clean up after that.
Yeah, we'll have a ton of honorable mentions, and I mean, most importantly, there's more pixels on screen, right?
Yeah.
You can put more pixels on screen, more processing power, more memory available to the CPU with 16-bit. So yeah, the more pixels on screen, the more defined the image can get. And this was the last generation of pixel art. After 16-bit, we went to 32-bit, which kind of went to polygons and 3D models. So I love pixel art. I think pixel art is incredible. I love the art style of it. And this was kind of the golden era of pixel art. So these are all of them are pixel art games. And yeah, the 16-bit basically doubled what 8-bit could do. You had better sound, you had more pixels on screen, you had more computing power, you had more memory, and you basically just had like better, more technically advanced games. So just more complex operations that your bit rate can do. So yeah, what do you say we get into it? Because I mean, who wants to go first?
I'm gonna let Bob go first, because I've got 30. Seriously, and I don't want to steal one of his, since I've got 30. I have an actual list of 30 that I was like, these are all worth mentioning. they're not necessarily my favorite, but so I
We
think Bob
we
should
can
go
go
first.
quickly through them all if you want. We can just
I
talk
mean,
about them
Yeah.
and say why we love it. Yeah.
in your defense, Caleb, I could probably do 30 if I really sat down and
Oh, me too.
thought about it. But this was I know 10 that I'll absolutely make the list and then kind of just ordered them from there, right?
I narrowed it down from 50. So yeah.
Yeah. It was. So for my list, this is I want to give a little bit of background before I give the first one. Okay, the 8-bit era I was really into. Had an NES. I had an SNES, but the 16-bit era is kind of a choppy point in my life. There was a couple of I don't want to say gaps, but really gaps where I wasn't playing games the way I am today, or even before that. Okay, but because of that, and this is going to give you a little bit of spoilers, 16-bit is where I really, really cut my teeth on the RPG or turn-based strategy games and things of that nature. So just keep that in mind. I had a Sega before anybody says, well, what about XYZ? I had a Sega. I'm not a Sega guy. I don't have the type of autism for Sonic. It's not. I'm not trying to talk bad. Okay, that's a joke, obviously, but it just never spoke to me. So if you see that and you see that there's not a TurboGrafx 16 or a Sega Genesis or something of that nature, keep that in mind. If there's a modern game that I'm missing here, it's probably because it was inspired by something. Quite frankly, that is on the list. Okay, but without further ado, number 10 is a 16-bit game that introduced polygons to us all. Caleb probably already knows what I'm talking about.
Can I take a guess?
Go ahead.
Star Fox?
Yes, sir. Yes,
good guess.
Using the Super FX chip. This was by Nintendo EAD, previously known as R&D4, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but I think so. And used the Super FX chip, which was a special GPU on the board of the SNES cartridge to allow for 3D polygons in the 16-bit era. The reason it's so low on my list, though, is it did really well and it looked amazing, but it didn't perform very well. And quite frankly, its predecessor, or it's the one that comes later, blew it out of the water. But I remember playing this game and just being blown away by going, wait, this is possible? Like, this is what the future could potentially hold, and that's ultimately what the future did end up becoming. So Star Fox for the win, even if it was a
Poor
nice.
Peppy.
Oh yeah, do a barrel roll. Yeah, but that came in 64 because they could do the voice clips, which is why it was 32-bit, so you had more sound depth. Pretty smooth flying, Fox.
Yeah. I love Star Fox 64. I know this is a 16-bit cast, but 64 was just so fun.
Yeah, it was.
Yes. Somebody else who gets it.
We need a Star Fox on Switch 2 with the mouse controls. Let's go.
We need a Star Fox 256, I think. That's the next one, right? 16,
yeah.
64.
Yeah, technically, yeah. Caleb, do you want me to go? I can go.
Well, so I will say, and Bob gave a little bit of information about his list. I ended up picking. I just put things in order of release year. I didn't do top to bottom because I could rapid fire my top 5 no problem on this era. I love the Super Nintendo and Sega era. I did release order, and I tried because sometimes this was still when we weren't getting global launches. You'd have Japan would get it 1 year, and we might have to wait a year and a half. So if my years or my dates are a little off, I apologize. I was going off of when I got it, and then also I would look on maybe what a Wikipedia would say if I wasn't sure, and those didn't always match. Because there were stores that they broke street date all the time, and it wasn't a problem then. And I wouldn't have known when I was 7, 8, 9, 10 years old what street date was because I was just excited about this game that I would see at the store. So, but I also decided part of the reason I have such a huge list, I feel like I know at least 5 on each of yours, and I tried to avoid them. So I have some of them on there, but I'm going to intentionally not. I'm going to try my best to not steal anything from you guys. So I am going to pick. We'll see. We'll see if you guys are cool about this. The Sega Genesis, I believe it released in 1991, was a little sweet, weird as hell gem of a game called Toe Jam and Earl.
I
You
knew
guys,
it. I
ever
knew it.
is that on your list? Is it
No, but it was.
okay?
It almost made my top 10.
Okay. So Toe Jam and Earl, for people that don't know, you're two aliens that are like hip hop funky. I think they're supposed to be teenagers, and they crash on Earth, and they have to rebuild their spaceship to try to go home. It's a cool idea, and when you're playing the game, it's just a chill, funky, weird ass time because there's like a fat alien and a skinny alien, and they're both, by today's standards, they're probably racist as hell, or it's tough to say because one had like a backwards hat on and a big old gold necklace, and the other one just had these like swimming shorts, and but it was a really fun game that had cool music and just like it was weird. I played it with my cousins all the time, and it was hard. I don't think we ever beat it when we played co-op. I know I beat it by myself later when I was like, I need to know what this game is like. And you would get presents that would have random shit in it for you to use, and it was randomized every time you played the game. So you could get these like rocket booster skates, or I think they were rocket skates that would make you go really fast. But the first time you open that present, you didn't know that's what it was, so you would just take off the side of the stage and fall to a lower level, and it was just weird. But honorable mention, I love Toe Jam and Earl. It's definitely not in my top 10, but it's a game that I didn't think either one of you guys would talk about, and the music was cool. It had a cool color palette. It was very late 80s, early 90s, and it showed. So that's one that I thought needed to be talked about.
I'm so glad you mentioned it because it didn't make the cut. So thank you.
Did you ever play it,
That's
Matt?
a good one.
You ever
Yeah,
play Toe
of
Jam?
course.
Yeah, okay, I couldn't remember.
Sega Genesis. Yeah.
It's great.
2D side scroller platformer for sure. Yeah. I guess we're going top 10. I can dig deep into some modern stuff and a game I recently played. Well, not recently, but a few years ago. I'm one of the 200 people that hold the platinum on it. One of 200 in the world. And it's a Zelda-inspired game from Heart Machine. They did Solar Ash. They did a spin-off game that is a 4-player co-op. That's Hyper Light Drifter. And Hyper Light Drifter is amazing. It's an amazing game. There are 2 trophies in there that are almost impossible that I just zenned out, just like the lightning strikes in Final Fantasy X or the jump rope in Final Fantasy IX. You have to like dash around this whole room, and you have to just precisely hit the X-Button, like probably 400 times. It's called the Dash Eternal, and I think it's like a 0.01%. So yeah, one of 200 platinum holders. What can I say about this game? It's very hard, very fun, very Zelda inspired, and one of my favorite Zelda clones. So yeah, Hyper Light Drifter. I actually own the physical copy, which is very rare and limited. So did you guys ever play Hyper Light Drifter?
I actually never did. But I need you to know that on my list, so after I have about the 30, I have an honorable mentions category, and then at the bottom, I specifically was trying not to do anything on a new console that wasn't officially 16-bit, but I have number 1, do these count? Hyper Light Drifter for Matt. He needs to talk about this. So I'm looking at it, so I'm glad that was the first one you busted out. But did you ever play it, Bob?
I know, but I know of the game. Wait. No, this isn't the one that came with the PS4, is it?
No,
it was a PS4 game. Yes.
Resogun is what you're probably thinking.
That's Resogun. Okay, all right. Yeah, I've heard of it, but I haven't played it. I've heard it's incredibly difficult.
It is. It's incredibly difficult. Awesome story. Amazing pixel art. Just super fun Zelda clone that's cyberpunk, and you got this little, instead of a fairy in Zelda, you have like a little cyborg. I don't know, it's like a little square because it's a pixel. honestly. And there's some cool lore behind that. And you're in a fallen world. And it's Heart Machine. Heart Machine did Solar Ash, and they kind of go into the lore in Hyperlight Breaker, which I think either came out or is coming out. But yeah, just a really cool little cyberpunk post-apocalyptic isometric pixel art game. And you have like this light sword, and it's like it's really cool game. I love it, and it's cherished because that platinum is fucking hard, and it's probably one of my most, I don't know, platinum I'm pretty proud of, because I mean,
You
it's
should
one
be,
of
man.
200.
That
It's
game
crazy.
is.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen gameplay of it, so I know what you're talking about. And when you were playing it, I know you were messaging me and telling me like, "Dude, this game's awesome. You got to try it out." I remember at the time you were raving about the score, the music. You really liked the music.
Yes. Oh, dude, the
you said
music
it was great. But
music's also incredible.
You should be proud of that, because that game, it was one of those that I thought someday I'll get to it, and I just haven't,
Right.
But
yeah. But yeah, that's kind of like taking it back to the modern era. There's a lot of modern callback games nowadays that mimic the 16-bit games of old. So that's definitely one of them.
That's awesome, man. I got to get around to playing that at some point, knowing well what I'm getting into.
Oh yeah.
I guess it's me then.
Yeah. What do you got at number 9?
Sure is.
So, gentlemen, I'm about to give you one of the very few sports titles that I absolutely enjoy. And I'll give you a hint. He's on fire.
Yes.
Nice.
That's going to be NBA Jam. What can I say about this game? I'm not a basketball player. I'm not necessarily interested in the sport, but every now and then there's a video game that comes along that gets my attention. Later on, it was a NBA Street, I want to say. But NBA
right.
Jam, yeah, NBA Jam was the first one where instead of being super serious, it's all about just doing the most unhinged, crazy dunks in the world while getting power-ups that literally put the hoop on fire. You can input codes to play as Bill Clinton because they thought that was funny. What can I say? I played this game so much, and I love everything about it. You know what I learned, Caleb? Because I know you're going to ask me about some random trivia stuff.
I was going to. Yes.
So, one of the developers had a hatred for a very specific team because of a rivalry. So, if you play as a certain New York team, or if you're playing against a certain New York team and they make a last second shot, so where it's in the air and the buzzer goes, the game is coded to have a 0% chance for that shot to exist.
I never knew that. That's awesome.
It's not enough as a like, oh my god, this is unbalanced, but it was a programmer who decided, fuck the Knicks.
That's wonderful. So I do have to ask you, what was your team when you played? Did you just play everybody?
I always played as the Bulls because you play as the GOAT.
Yeah.
I mean, that and the Hornets.
I was Charlotte Hornets. Hornets. Yes. I just being Muggsy Bogues, being this big, and Alonzo Mourning, right? Yes, that was.
He was like the Bo Nix of NBA Jam, man.
Yeah, loved it. Did you ever play NBA Jam, Matt? I'm sure you've at least played it, right?
Oh yeah, I've played it. Who was I? I forget who I played. I think I played as the Bulls, I believe. Yeah.
I mean, that was the correct answer. Like the Bulls were who you played as if you wanted to win.
Yeah. So it was just a fun arcade basketball game. So yeah.
And Bob, you mentioned it. You put it very eloquently. They didn't take themselves too seriously. And to me, that's why it was such an enjoyable game, because it's really simple. You can't really do that much in the game, but it was just fun to do over and over and over again. And good selection. NBA Jam was awesome.
Kind of like NFL Blitz. Remember what NFL Blitz did with NFL on the 64? Just didn't take the sport seriously and just was like, yeah, we're just going to bulldoze people and just have the crazy I don't know, like crazy looking players. And yeah,
When you have a linebacker that like picks up somebody, runs them back 5 yards to 10 yards, and then suplexes them, it's just like, yes, that's the football game I want to play.
Proportions is the word I was looking for.
So I gotta say this. These are just because we're on the subject of sports games, and I know the odds of some of us else having a sports game is slim to none. A couple of different games that, if you're curious, I'm telling you, if you want a sports game out of the 16-bit area that doesn't take itself too seriously, Mutant League Football.
Oh, Mutant League Football was awesome. That was awesome.
Also, this is another stupid one that I played way too much. Deion Sanders Primetime Football.
You know, I never played that. Never.
That's the one where you can play. It's great. So that one is so stupid, but it's fun because you could be out defense against your buddy, but you can run around with the one defender that can move, and you could talk shit while they're waiting to do their huddle. So he'll just be like, your player just stands up in the 16-bit voice and goes, "This is my house." and just, it makes no sense because
awesome.
Why not?
Well, quick honorable mention on the sports thing, Tecmo Super Bowl. That was actually one I got to play with my friends a lot, and I'd make myself a character because I think that was the first one that you could make a character, and they had stats, and as they played in the seasons, you could make them even better. And I remember, just because I was a kid, I named mine Brad Owner. Oner, so that he would just show up as Boner, and he'd be running around on screen as Boner. And the few times that like my parents or my grandmother would come in and be like, "What is this?" I'd be like, "It's my guy. His name's Brad Owner," and they would just like they thought that I just didn't realize because I was between 7 and 10, and I was like, "Nah, I definitely did that on purpose." But that was honorable mention. Amazing. That's not on my list or anything. Just Tecmo Super Bowl was another good, fun sports game because they were just fun. They just I don't know. They were quick. You didn't have to memorize 7,000 fucking things to play them. Now, I mean, for people that enjoy that, great. But nah, just go be a real quarterback. You probably have better luck doing it. Less to remember.
Yeah. I like the arcadey shit. So
yeah,
good one. Good,
especially in a video game. For me,
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
So all right, I guess that brings it to me. I will do another. Maybe a lesser known that I think needs to be talked about. While I'm on the Sega, I'll stay with the Sega. This might be on your list, and I'm sorry if it is, but it was technically an arcade game first, and then it released on the Sega Genesis, and that was the Golden Axe series. Golden Axe 2 is my favorite of the series. I personally think that was better. It was a refined game, but I played this so much at a roller rink near my house when I was growing up. They had, I don't know how much money I spent on that fucking thing, but I got to ask Bob, because you seem like a Golden Axe fan. Were you the dwarf?
Yes.
Who was your, like that? Okay. Because my main was the lady, the red, she'd like summon the dragon.
Yeah. I was a dwarf.
You seem like an axe man. That's why I figured.
Golden Axe.
The beard.
Yeah, it is. It is the beard. We have the beard, not the beard. Golden Axe on the OG Xbox is my favorite. Just
okay.
But yes, as soon as you said arcade and came to console, I knew exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, and that one definitely would be in the up there for me. So I thought I would steal one. I didn't know if it'd be on either of your lists, but Golden Axe 2 was like or Golden Axe in general was iconic for its time. There wasn't a place you could go where somebody didn't know, oh, I've seen that game, or I played that game. Plus, it had a really fun co-op. The only bad part of it was that you couldn't do a 3-player on the Sega. At least I don't think you could when they made it. Like later, I don't think so. But so you have 3 main characters, and it was like, why don't we have 3? Why can't all 3 of us be playing at the same time? That was the dream. Now we can.
Now we can. Yeah.
Anyway, so all right, Matt, you're up.
Good one. I'm sticking a little modern. I'm sticking with the modern stuff. Maybe like start with modern and then go to old school. But this game was truly 16-bit because it was made by one guy.
Okay.
And it is inspired heavily by one of my favorite IPs of all time, which is Metroid. And this game I'm talking about, it's called Axiom Verge.
Yes.
Did you
I'm
play
so
it?
glad. So it's yes, but it's funny. The Hyperlight Drifter that I said, like I wrote myself a note for you to. I wrote Axiom Verge right under that. And was like, we got to talk about this. So
Yep.
it's awesome. I'm so glad.
That's incredible. You know me so well. Axiom Verge, what can I say? It's a Metroid-inspired Metroidvania that one guy made, and he nailed it. Thomas Happ from Thomas Happ Games made it. It came out in 2015, and
That sounds right.
it's it's an awesome Metroidvania. And you play as a guy this time, a scientist, and it's very inspired by Super Metroid and all the Metroidvanias of old. So it's a very challenging game, and you can choose your difficulties. It's an interconnected map. You get some really crazy weapons, but the hook in this game is you can glitch out certain aspects of the levels. So you get a glitch gun at one point, and you can glitch out the levels to where you like break the game and you go outside the game and then go back in the game at a certain point in the map. So incredible pixel art, really cool music, and made by one guy, which is super impressive.
I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me that. I didn't know it was made by just one dude. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's very cool.
Thomas Happ. So it's an awesome game. And yeah, the lead character is called Trace, and he's the main protagonist, and he's a scientist that gets basically he's trying to understand the environment he's in, and he's a scientist from Earth, and I don't want to go into it a lot, but you get a lot of really cool weapons. There's a lot of varied enemy types, and it's gorgeous pixel art. So highly recommended. You get it on PS4. Super cheap. A really cool soundtrack. On the home screen, actually, I test my bass because it's so uncompressed that it's so compressed that it's like the bassiest intro in a video game, and it makes my sub slam. So I sometimes use that title screen to calibrate my home theater, actually, which is weird.
Not bad. So two very quick questions, one for each of you. One, did you play Axiom Verge 2?
I have not.
Because me either. I was curious if it was any good. I'm sure it's great. But the other question is, Bob, did you ever play Axiom Verge 1? What he's talking about. Did you ever play it?
So no, but looking at the screenshots, I'm excited, or I'm interested and intrigued is the best way to put that. Simply because not the Metroidvania part, but some of the aesthetics out of the screenshots I saw remind me of another game that's actually on my list, and we'll get to that later.
Okay.
Oh, I bet.
Well, then I'll hold my discussion about it until that game comes up, because I'm curious to know what it is. So
I think I know what it is. I'm not going to say it, though.
Great choice, Matt. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're up next, awesome. Bob. I think you're what are we at 8?
Yeah.
8. Yeah.
I'm at 8. I'm at 8 right now. That's where I'm at. So wherever you guys are. So this game, I am taking a long shot and hoping that we see something for it on its 25th anniversary next year. This came out in 2001. People are going to say, Bob, you changed your list after talking about the Game Boy Advance being a 32-bit system. But I will say, this game was on my list, but you gentlemen convinced me, because this is a 16-bit game through and through. It had 2 parts to it. I absolutely love them. And it was also the first RPG that I played where you could do true PvP, and that's Camelot's Golden Sun.
Golden Sun was so good.
Yes.
Great choice. I'm so glad that you brought that up.
Incredible.
I put it lower for that reason, because I was like, if it's not you, it's going to be Matt. Like one of you guys. And if you guys don't talk about it, I'm going to rave about it at the end of the
It was definitely on my list. Yep. 16-bit game on a 32-bit system. Oh, man. Yeah, take it away, Bob. Golden Sun I fucking loved it.
Oh, I'm so glad you loved it. There's so much about these games that I could tell you. But You are so the high level is it's an RPG where you're a party of 4. You can name your characters. The difference is kind of like there's a little bit of splash of wild arms where each character can do certain actions in the overworld. And then those actions can influence the environment around you, right? The big catch in these games is there's a little bit of Pokemon aspect where you're catching Jin, DJINN spelling,
Mm-hmm.
of little monsters, and you use those and you equip them. Almost like a junctioning system in Final Fantasy VIII, and you equip them to your characters, and that increases your stat power, and then the number that you have. Not only that, there's elements that are associated, so you can mix elemental Jin together, and this allows you to truly, truly customize your party in a way that that I hadn't seen in a long time or ever at that point. This game, I played it with PvP with the link cable. Did you guys do that?
I tried it like twice, and I didn't really have any other friends at the time that cared about games like that, so they would just placate me. I mean, I had one kid that went to school with me, and he was not good at it. And it wasn't, I'm not making fun of him. I don't think he liked it that much. So I didn't get into it like you did, but I always wanted to. That game was dope. That's all I can say about it. It's just so good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's good. So you played it too, then, Matt. Did you play PvP?
Oh yeah. Not really. Just like Caleb, I didn't have a lot of people that were playing those types of games. It was so niche at the time, I'd say. It was, Camelot Games published by, wasn't it Nintendo? Like Nintendo
Yes,
had.
sir.
Yeah. So it kind of like flew under a lot of people's radars, but I was intrigued by it, picked it up, and loved it. Dude, the summons were straight out of, Final Fantasy, all big cinematics at the time. And it was like pixel art cinematics, which was awesome. And depending on how many Jin you had slotted in your loadout, you could use like better and better summons, and like those late game summons were incredible. So yeah, very heavily inspired by some of the great RPGs that are going to be on our list. I love the shit out of Golden Sun. I like 2. I never played Dark Dawn. I need to. That was on the DS. And 2 followed Felix, and it went straight from 1 to 2, and they're kind of like one big game. So yeah, I'm so glad you said Golden Sun. It's a really, really good game, and I played the shit out of it when I was little.
And I do agree with you.
Yeah,
I think 25 years in anniversary. Like, come on, bring it out. Come back, please.
Please. I that's all I ask. I will. All right, so I got a fun fact for you. There. Well, you know what? This is more for the crowd, okay? Not for you guys. So
Fine,
in the very
I won't
first
pay
game,
attention to that.
so in the very first game, did you know you can actually, you know what I'm talking about? There's a decision to be made. You know you can repeatedly say no.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of people knew that.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know if there was like, if you do it 150 times, then somebody reaches out of the Game Boy Advance and punches you in the face. Like, I didn't know where it was going.
No, but I'll give you one, Caleb. So there is a way in the first Golden Sun, and this is going to sound really obscure for anybody who's never played them, right? So where you can custom name the second characters, the second party.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think I knew that. Or if
Yeah,
I did, it's like a piece of information that I just did not retain.
Yeah,
No, I don't think I knew that. That's cool.
You could do. So there's a way because you can name your main party.
Yeah.
Well, that means if you know what you're doing and you select, I don't remember. It's really obscure, but you select certain menu options. You can rename the other party, which means when you do the password system later, they end up as
Okay.
Very cool.
I like that. That's neat.
Yeah.
Big fan.
But Golden Sun, number 8. There's a reason it's on my list.
Love it.
Caleb, take it away, man.
All right. Here's one that I would be very surprised if it was on either of your lists, even though I think It was ahead of its time. And again, I did prefer the Sega, the Super Nintendo over the Sega at that era, but I had them both eventually. Um, I'm picking a lot of Sega games because I do think the SNES had more and better overall. I mean, the Super Nintendo's, other than the PlayStation 2, probably the greatest system that's ever existed. I would, you can make a solid
Oh no,
argument
for sure.
But so I'm going to pick some Sega games because I think it's a little less of a chance that it'll be on your list. So I have so the original was released in 1993, but the sequel that I think was so much better was released in 1995.
Can I guess?
Yes.
X-Men.
Yeah, X-Men 2 The Clone Wars. Yes, absolutely. So I was a huge fan of the original X-Men game. I mean, I love the original X-Men anyway. I love all things X-Men. The original game was that really difficult because it was kind of jank. You could only play as, I think it was 4 characters, and then you could get assists from 4 other X-Men. And if an assist didn't work how you thought it was supposed to work, you could end up being stuck in a level and just not be able to proceed. That's the kind of jank I'm talking about. So that was a bit of a bummer. You could get, with Nightcrawler, you could teleport, and if you teleported into a place that you weren't supposed to be in, you couldn't teleport out because you could only do it one time. So, or it was kind of shit. But X-Men 2 The Clone Wars, or I think it was just X-Men 2 Clone Wars, was, they just refined so much, and you could play as other people. You could be, I think they added Beast, and if memory serves, Psylocke, and I think even Magneto became a playable character after you got far enough into the game. But it was side scrolly. I don't want to say a beat 'em up, but kind of a beat 'em up. It was its own thing. I don't want to say Metroid because it was not a Metroid, but the stages were designed a little bit like that. But you got the X-Men with some of their powers, and that was just so cool. What made me throw this on the list, Bob, was we talked before about favorite X-Men, and I know that Gambit is your guy, as he should be. He was so much fun to play in these games. He had his staff. He got his chance to shine, and he could charge the cards and throw them at enemies, and it was just really, really, really cool. I can't believe that you guessed that based on, was that on your list? Was that on your
No,
list?
but I know
Okay.
that game so well.
Yeah, it was another one that was just like, we have to talk about this because it had not. It was a licensed, Marvel IP, like another IP that they made a game for, and those didn't often do well. There's another one that I could mention, but if it gets back to me, I'll mention that one. But that X-Men, it was a surprise because they actually did a good job with the characters and the color palette and stuff.
What's sad is I'm probably know what the other game you're talking about.
Well,
That's how much.
I bet you do. Which is, there's a reason I haven't mentioned it yet, because I feel like one of you guys has to have it on there, but we'll see.
It might be Matt. I didn't put it on there. I can tell you that much. But I remember the circus level with like the little jack in the boxes in the original,
Yes.
and frustrated the ever living shit out of me.
Yes. Very difficult.
The first one made me a fan of Nightcrawler as my number 2 X-Men.
Sure.
Simply because of the mechanics in that game. I still didn't quite understand what the X-Men were. I wasn't a big comic book kid growing up, but I was like, oh, this guy's really cool. And then hyperfixation fixes in. So thank you for calling that out. That is a really apt description. It's not a Metroidvania, but the levels are designed in a classic Metroid way. So awesome pick, man.
Cool. All right, Matt, what you got, buddy?
Heck yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna still stay modern. This game actually came out pretty recently, and that is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge.
Very good.
This is it's a 16-bit inspired on a way higher bit system, of course, right? But yeah, it's a 4-player beat 'em up arcade style Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game in the vein of the older titles, and Dotemu just nailed the old style. It's so fun. There's so many levels. I played co-op local. I played co-op online, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is I loved them as a kid. I still love them. I'm super excited for the Last Ronin game we're getting. I'm just a big fan of the IP, and I love that style of game. Gorgeous pixel art, and just a fun side scroller beat 'em up. And we're getting another game soon in the vein of that style of game from Marvel called Cosmic Invasion. So,
give
yeah,
that to
Marvel.
me. I drafted it. I'm gonna buy it. I don't care if it gets a 5. I'm there. So excited about that. But I can actually take this moment to interject now that you said Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge. The other game I was going to honorable mention was Turtles in Time. TMNT Turtles in Time on the Super Nintendo. So
and it's a
brought up
spiritual
Shredder's Revenge.
successor to that. Yep.
Did I steal it from you, Bob?
It may have been on my list.
I'm sorry. He said Shredder's Revenge. He said a TMNT, so I was like, I'll just say it now.
That's all right. I got plenty others in my back pocket. You're good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a great choice, man.
Yep. You played it. You platinumed it. I couldn't platinum it.
Some of the online shit was broken as hell at launch, and so that would hold you back from some of the platinums. And but I'm a psychopath, so of course I did it. But I do have to say, for people who have or haven't played the game, I believe it's stage 8. I think it's called Panic in the Sky or something like that. That
soundtrack
music slaps.
Yeah.
And I don't say things like that music slaps. So that's how good it is. You have to know that is not something that ever comes out of my mouth, but I had to say it because like I could fucking load that song up and just like cruise around the country and be happy. It's very, very good. So,
dude, awesome soundtrack. The variety of main enemies in the TMNT universe is just incredible. Like they're all there. Anything you can think of they're pretty much all there, unless you get into the obscure shit. But yeah, just an awesome pixel art 2D side scroller beat 'em up. It's just fun to pick up and play too. Local co-op if you want to just play a couple rounds. So
and the characters are unique.
They're unique very too, much. Yeah. Who was your main?
Actually, so when I would play, if I was playing with other people, I would just let them pick and pick whoever. But when I did it solo the first time through, I got to give it to my boy Donatello. Everybody likes Mikey, but Donatello was my guy. He was the smart one. He had the bow staff. He was just, I mean, they're all
Donnie's
great.
my boy.
I like all of them, but Donnie was my favorite of the 4.
Donnie's always been my boy, and he was my favorite as a kid. And he's got some reach in that game that is very beneficial to the gameplay. So I did get the trophy for no hitting the end bosses both phases. So
so what's the one that you still need to? Tough. What's the one you're missing? Because that one was hard.
Going through arcade mode on hard without spending a quarter, and we basically. We got Mason and I, shout out to Mystic Mace. We got halfway and then the game fucking crashed.
Yeah, that's right. That was some bullshit.
So, yeah, I wasn't able to get the trophy because of a crash. So, really good game. Super fun. So, all right, Bob.
Good choice.
Damn.
Thank you.
That's a good choice. I remember that one. I didn't play it as much, but number 7, I'm going to call this one out, and I know it's cliche, but I'm going to call it out simply because if I call out the modern version or the modern game that was inspired by it, I have a feeling it is on your list, Matt. This was one of 2 games that came out on the Super Nintendo that were the love child of Nintendo and Square. We all know what my number 1 is, but this next one, we all know it. That's good old Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, that was 100% on my list.
The first one I wrote down, and I knew that was on both of your lists, so I was like, okay, that's
I took a gamble, Matt. I'm sorry. I took a gamble and assumed you added the one that it inspired later on.
Yeah. Nope.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I can only take it away so much. Please go ahead, Matt.
The one it inspired later on is technically not 16. It's a 32. You're talking Sea of Stars?
I'd call it closer to 16.
Yeah, it has the animations though, and it's built in a 32 inspired. So,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I agree. It does look 16, but man, yeah, it did inspire Sea of Stars, and the composer came for that too. No, I won't take it away. I just did mine. You talk all about Chrono Trigger. I'm sure we all three will. Chrono Trigger is a
Dude,
fucking
I don't think
masterpiece.
I can talk about Chrono Trigger because the podcast will go for 10 hours. That's
Right.
like just yeah.
Yeah, the short answer, the short one for this is if you have not played Chrono Trigger, do yourself a favor and go play it. I'm not going to give it the ultimate hype because I know some people who don't think it is the greatest game. There's a reason it's only number 7 on my list. I think it is a phenomenal RPG. I just think the games that are out there of that time can do it better. Now, Chrono Trigger has the one thing that I think was very unique, and there's a reason it's on my top 10, and that is the multiple endings
Oh, yeah.
capability. That right there was more than enough for my little brain to go, "Oh shit, this is an RPG with replayability mechanics," which was unheard of at the time. At least I hadn't heard of anything. My only regret is I don't have a physical copy of it, and the only place I know that has a complete in box, and I don't feel like spending $650 on it.
I was gonna guess 550 at least, so another 100. Okay, yeah. All right.
But
I
yeah,
have a complete in box, not SNES. I have it for the Nintendo DS.
Yeah, me too. I have it for the DS
Yeah.
as well.
Yes. Please, just give us a remake.
Oh my god, and the
remaster,
3D
something.
HD engine. Oh, please.
If Square took Chrono Trigger and put it in the same engine for Octopath,
Yeah.
I would probably buy one for every version of the console release. Like that's how much I would be in on this.
Oh my god.
Definitely. Like for real.
100%.
That's just give that to me.
Yeah, when it comes to, and I don't want to say obscure, but I'm talking about Leslie Soul or
Right.
JRPGs that didn't sell as well. They're the two big ones. I chose Chrono Trigger simply because if you gave me a remake of that, I would probably scream like when they did Mario RPG. And the other one, of course, I will leave to the side in case you have it, Caleb.
So, I mean, you know that I did, but I didn't know if Matt was going to have it on there, and then I realized that he's still playing through part of it, technically on the Switch, and
Yep.
I figured that you might, but because you took Chrono Trigger, I will gracefully and graciously accept talking about Final Fantasy 6. So I can argue about 4. Most people would know this. When it came out in Japan, 1 was 1 there and 1 was 1 here. 2 never came out over here. So 2 over there was not 2 over here. And then 3 never came out over here back then. So we never got a 2 and a 3. So when their Japanese 4, Final Fantasy 4 came out on the Super Nintendo, it was Final Fantasy 2 in the United States, and I think in the UK. And that would have been, God, I would guess. I feel like I should know what year that was.
94?
I honestly don't even
You said
know.
Final Fantasy 4?
I think Final Fantasy 4 was actually earlier. I think it was like 91 or 92. And then I think Final Fantasy 6, which was 3 over here. I think
You're
Final
right.
Fantasy 6 was 94. I think that was the one that was 94. But I would put 6 above 4 solely because I do think that it is arguably the best in the series. Just overall, 7 is my favorite. All of them, I love all of them. They're all my special babies. But I do think that objectively 6 is probably the best game in the series if you look at it when it came out. You know, some of the quality of life stuff and some of the evolutionary stuff that we didn't have then that we have now. If you go back, it can be a little rough. But 4 was the first Final Fantasy that I'd ever played. And I think I talked about this on an earlier podcast briefly, where I played a Japanese copy and I did not speak Japanese at all. And I didn't read Japanese at all. I borrowed it from like a friend of my sister's who wanted to borrow a game that I had, but he didn't have an English Super Nintendo. So we had to trade consoles and games. So I got his Japanese Famicom and Japanese copy of Final Fantasy IV, and I had no idea what was going on. So I would just boot up a save file and play it and die because I didn't know what the hell I was doing. But it intrigued me enough that when I finally saw it in English later, I was like, I recognize that. I didn't know his name. I didn't know it was Cecil. Like I had no idea because again, it was all in katakana and some kanji. But I loved 4. The thing is, 6 refined so much in the 16-bit era. We're talking about the best of the best 16-bit games, and all the games that I've listed so far, I would not even put on my best list. I just wanted them to be talked about. This is on my best 16-bit game list easily. Chrono Trigger's
Oh
up
yeah.
there too. Final Fantasy 4 and 6. The thing is, I love it RPGs. I loved them so much. Most of my top list would have been RPGs, so I had to find other ones. But yeah, you could be, what is it, 12, 14 characters, I think. I actually don't remember. I should know that as a Final Fantasy guy. But a shitload of characters. And while not all of them work very well, 85% of them work really well. I'm talking about Umaro. I mean, he's just a big old honking guy that smashes things. Like he's interesting and he's unique for the game, but because you can't really control him, it's not as fun as it should be. No, that's not a spoiler. Sorry, Matt. The game is 1994. You've seen him
Oh
already.
no, I know.
He's a big old
I've already seen
Yeti.
him. But then you have
but
Cyan, and you have Setzer.
yeah, very unique characters. They all have their own personalities. They all have their own play mechanics, and they're all executed very well. But the music, also one of the most iconic, because as you talked about in your last cast with Uematsu, I mean, it's tough to beat the greatest of all time. I would argue he's the greatest video game composer of all time, and
up there with
not just
Kondo.
because, not just because he make my favorite games. I just think that the man made music more noticeable when he finally was able to shine, and it's not taking away the earlier stuff. Mega Man has great scores that very iconic, very recognizable, but when you listen to a Mega Man score as a kid, you might not cry the same way that you listen to a Final Fantasy score and you just get teary eyed for Mega Man's a nostalgia. Final Fantasy has that feeling. This is not the soundtrack episode, so I'm sorry for derailing a little bit, but you get me talking about my favorite series ever. I gotta give it up.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, thank you for letting me announce Final Fantasy VI. That's one of the best Super Nintendo 16-bit era games ever made.
It's funny is that I knew you were going to that was on your list no matter what, but that's not the obscure RPG I was talking about.
Okay. Well, I probably have that one on there too. Does it start with a T?
No.
Oh,
start with a B.
Yeah. So maybe you don't have it, and if that's the case, I'm really shocked. But anyways, yes, you're right. I'll give you your little fact, Caleb, just because I remember this.
Sure.
Final Fantasy 4 and 5, they both came out on the SNES in Japan, right?
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 4 was originally supposed to be developed at the same time as Final Fantasy 5. The difference is it was supposed to be on the on the NES.
I think I did know that, but not until very recently. I think
okay,
because I just replayed the Final Fantasy IV Pixel remaster, and I finished it the other day. Yeah, I guess when we were talking about games we played, I got through it so fast that I forgot I just played it. I got all the way through it, beginning, middle, end. But I was just going down a rabbit hole of looking up some history of the games, and I think I just realized that I didn't know that though.
Yeah, which just makes it weird because then it didn't. Yeah, but that's neither here nor there. We could probably talk all night and until the early morning, just you and I.
Yeah, we could.
About
So we'll cut it off there, and I'm looking forward to the obscure one you have because I'm curious if I have it. So Matt, what do you got next, buddy?
Oh yeah, so going to the Sega Genesis, one of the first games I ever played, Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
No, of course, yes,
of course,
yeah. It's a classic. One of the better Sonic the Hedgehog 2D side scrollers. Yeah. Generations just came out. They went kind of back to 2D, and I feel like that's the best way to do Sonic. Sonic and Knuckles was great too, but 2, it holds nostalgia for me because it was one of the first games I ever played, and it was in my uncle's bedroom, and I would go to my grandma's all the time. My uncle lived with my grandma, and I would play that shit all the time. It was one of my faves. Could never beat it at that age, but recently beat it in one of the Sonic collections. So Sonic the Hedgehog 2, just an awesome, beautiful pixel art game on the Sega Genesis. It's a system seller for the Sega Genesis.
Yep.
Sonic was rivaling Mario at the time. And just really cool level design. You go really fast, and the stuff they did mechanically was very impressive. So I know Alex will like that too. He's a big Sonic fan.
It's really funny you mentioned that it was a system seller, because it really was. I had convinced one of my younger relatives that the game was actually called Not for Resale, because that was plastered on top of the cartridge. And I just remember, I think maybe one of his brothers broke it or took it to give to a friend. I don't remember, but I remember him asking his mom for Christmas. He needed another Not for Resale, another copy of Not for, and she had no idea what it meant. And I felt bad, because I was just like, it's this game, and I'm a jerk. I'm a jerk.
Asshole, man.
But I mean, I was like 7, 8 years old, something like that. And I thought that was funny to tell my 6-year-old. Anyway, so
it's funny.
Jerk.
Shit.
Oh,
you guys obviously played Sonic the Hedgehog 2, right?
Oh yeah. So was that on your list, Bob?
No.
Were any Sonics on your list?
No, like I said, I don't have that tism, but I know them and I played them. The one I really like came out on the Sega. So if I had to pick one, Sonic Pinball.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask if it was on your list, because there's one that in my list of, since he brought up Sonic, I'm just gonna say it. Wondering if it counted, because it came out on a newer system.
Mania.
I think it was in 16-bit. Sonic Mania. Yeah. I think Sonic Mania is one of the best Sonic games. I am very biased because I'm an RPG lover, but I wondered if that one was on yours, Bob, since you also love RPGs.
No, but I know what you're talking about. I played a little bit of it. It's a really good game. I enjoyed it for what it was.
It surprised me. I thought it was going to be absolute trash, because I'm like, you guys haven't been able to. It was awesome. It was very, very well done.
Yeah.
So yeah, good choice with Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I do think that's probably the staple in the series that would be the most worth mentioning, even though everybody kind of knows what it is. Even if they don't like Sonic, you're like, yeah, Sonic 2, of course. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is great.
Right. Yep. And it holds nostalgia for me, so.
Definitely. Music is awesome in all of the Sonics, but Sonic 2 is
iconic. And the last MagFest was Sonic themed, so that was really cool.
Well, and you guys have both seen the movies, right? The newer movies.
I like them.
When they have the score playing and that you get that hint of like Green Hill Zone or whatever, you can't help but just get a big ass grin on your face, because you're like, this is good. And they did a good job in the movie for video game fans, I think.
Yeah. No,
I love them. Yeah.
It's a good choice, Matt. Sonic games are legendary for the reason he made Nintendo sweat, and I will always respect that.
Yep.
Sure did.
So what you got next, Bob?
All right. So this one is a fighting game, believe it or not. I see that look on Caleb.
I have 4 or 5 on my at least talk about, so I'm curious.
So this isn't the one that started the controversy with Night Trap and created the ESRB system. This one came later on in the series. This is the one where I really understood what combos meant. And I loved, not only did they have one finisher at the end, but they had multiples of them depending on what you were looking for. And that's Mortal Kombat 3.
Okay. So Mortal Kombat 2 was the one that I was going to at least mention, but obviously 3 is very special as well.
Yeah, that's the one of the very first times I can remember actually actively studying and practicing a combo, because Sub-Zero had the 19 hit combo that was just wham 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 wham.
The brutalities, right? That was when the brutalities were introduced.
That's when you had brutalities. That's when you had fatalities, naturally. That's when you had animalities. That's when you had babalities. That's when you had friendship. Like, I remember Johnny Cage just giving an autograph to a person, and then they're like, friendship. But it ran beautifully on the SNES. compared to I don't remember the Sega version, but I remember playing the SNES version, and it played beautifully.
Yeah.
That's when you got to play as Smoke. That's when you got to hear about Noob Sabat. This was peak when Bob's attention was hanging out on Mortal Kombat series as a whole. I've played others, and like Mortal Kombat 1 kind of has my interest. But Mortal Kombat 3 was my shining star in the sky.
That was the slugger. Like that, everybody that even was remotely interested in Mortal Kombat, everybody played 3 because they figured out the roster. It was such a big roster, and they figured out mechanically, and like you said, it ran like a dream. And I know in most of the cartridges, the games ran pretty well because they were cartridges. But I do know, I remember Mortal Kombat 1 was better on Sega than on SNES, and then Mortal Kombat's 2 and 3 were just wildly better, in my experience, on the Super Nintendo. So hell, I don't even remember. I know I played Mortal Kombat 3 on the Sega, but I didn't own it. I owned it for the Super Nintendo on that. And man, that's a really, really good choice for fighting games, especially in the 16-bit era. So we have the other big boy, which we can talk about in a minute. but
Yeah.
but yeah, Mortal Kombat was great. And 3 is really solid. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I know, Matt, you didn't really care about those that much, did you?
Mortal Kombat?
Well, I know you aren't a big fighting game fan, but
Well, but I used to be. I played a lot of Mortal Kombat. I didn't play the 16-bit ones. I played a lot of Deadly Alliance. I played a lot of, I think it was Apocalypse. And the collection is cool. I probably won't get
Okay.
it, but yeah, I mean they're staples of
Sure.
the genre for sure. So, and I'm excited for the movie coming out. I'm more into the lore and IP of it. I love
Sure.
Deadly Alliance, like with the realms and everything. But yeah, I never played I played the old ones. I never really got into them though. So
Yeah. No, that's totally fair, because there were a lot of times there were people that did one or the other, and I'll just go ahead and take it for the next one. I'm just gonna say Street Fighter. Like everybody knows it's Street Fighter.
There it is.
I would specifically say Super Street Fighter 2 was probably the best of that era. Street Fighter 2, the OG, I think might have been the highest selling or most selling game on the Super Nintendo. I might be wrong about that. I know it's up there, because it was just incredibly popular in the arcades, and then when people could bring it home, they were like, "Holy shit, this works really well." But they did a lot of iterations on the Super Nintendo, specifically. I know they came out on Sega as well, but I knew them from the Super Nintendo, where there was Street Fighter 2, and then Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Street Fighter 2 Hyper, Super Street Fighter 2. I don't know all of the ins and outs of every iteration, but I do know that some of them you could play as the same character with different skin, different costume colors. And I think in the first one you couldn't. And by first one I mean Street Fighter 2, not Street Fighter 1. We don't talk about Street Fighter 1. But in Super Street Fighter 2, you got a bunch of new characters like Fei Long, Sagat, Balrog, Vega, like all the characters that were bosses, and then some new boys and girls that were very, very cool and unique. But it was always the camp of, do you play Street Fighter or do you play Mortal Kombat? And I was the kid that played both. I did tend to favor the earlier Mortal Kombats, and then like Mortal Kombat kind of fell off for me, and I kept my love for Street Fighter. I did come back Mortal Kombat, not the last one that came out, not one, the reboot, if you will. The one right before that was awesome, very good, but so is Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6 is fucking rad. Yeah, I have a platinum in that, and I have a platinum in the Mortal Kombat. I'm more impressed with my platinum from Street Fighter 6 because I didn't think I still had it in me to play fighting games. I am not nearly as good as my cousin. My cousin will beat the shit out of me at it all the time, but he loved those. He was a big fan of Street Fighter. And while I would say that Street Fighter 3 Alpha, I actually don't know if that was 16-bit, was probably a better game, I don't think many people played it. It was more of a cult following. So yeah, you're talking about Mortal Kombat 3. I'm gonna have to plant my flag in Super Street Fighter 2 for the Super Nintendo, because that game got so many hours and probably a lot of broken controllers, if I'm being honest. I wait, fun fact. On the original Street Fighter 2 that I had for my Super Nintendo, because I did buy the original and then I bought Super Street Fighter 2. I learned how to fix controllers because of that game. I was playing a friend who beat. I mean, I was generally better at games, but sometimes there's those people that are always there's always going to be somebody better than you at something. And he would wipe the floor with me in Street Fighter. He was amazing. And I remember I got so mad that I wasn't even thinking. I just grabbed the controller and I grabbed the cable, and I knew enough not to yank it from the system because I didn't want the system to fall on the floor and break. Like I was able to stop myself. So instead, I ripped it out of the controller end instead of the console end, and I just saw all the wires come out, and of course my heart sank because I was a kid and I realized that my rage was childish and stupid, and then I broke my controller. So I totally lied about it to whoever, like if my mom yelled at me or if my dad, whatever. I was like, no, it's supposed to do that. And then when they were gone, I just started to study the controller, got a screwdriver, took it apart, and started tinkering. And that's when I learned how to solder because I had to put the wires back in, and it worked. And I was like, okay. So then I started to repair my friend's controllers when we raged out about Street Fighter.
That's awesome.
Or other games. But yeah, again, sorry for the derail, but I always thought that was a hilarious story. It's just like the more you experience, the more you can learn and grow.
More lore on Caleb.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's awesome.
I had a problem.
Awesome story.
I didn't like losing. I still don't.
We all do. We all do.
Yeah.
Oh, I broke controllers in my day for sure. I slammed my original Game Boy playing Super Mario Land. I slammed it on my head and broke it.
You headbutted it, right? Yeah, and you never got to beat.
Yep. Headbutted it. Yep. Yeah. Because it didn't have a save. Like if you died, you'd go all the way back. So yeah.
What's next?
I died on the
list,
last boss. Donkey Kong Country 2.
Yes.
Diddy Kong's Quest.
Is that your favorite of the three for SNES?
Yeah. The second one. Third one was good. The original was the classic. But yeah, the second one was my favorite. I love Donkey Kong. 2D platformer following Donkey Kong and Diddy. And I Dixie was in the third one. But Cranky and yeah. Funky Kong. Yep.
Yes.
This kind of was on the heels of Mario, inspired by Mario with the level base and the 2D side scrolling. But you got into barrels and you were way stronger, and there were animals involved, and the level design, the music, it's classic music, right? You hear Donkey Kong, the underwater music is so good. The aquatic ambience. They recently they did Donkey Kong Country Returns for the Wii, and then they remastered it and put it on the Switch in the HD version. And I love Donkey Kong, and I love 2D platformers, and Donkey Kong was one of a handful of the first that did it very, very well. So
definitely.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I had it. I knew this was going to be on somebody's list, so I just wrote it at the bottom. Like, if they don't talk about it, I have to at least mention it. Right. The Donkey Kong series on the SNES is awesome.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. So love it. And Tropical Freeze, love that. I love the Donkey Kong games. Donkey Kong 64 kind of flipped the formula a little bit and became third person like 3D behind the camera or behind the shoulder camera, but the 2D side scrollers are just the classic games.
I'm so sorry if this is a little inappropriate, but you remember in Donkey Kong 64 when you'd get the banana, you remember what the game, like what the music was and how the level ended? Do you remember what they said?
It's like, they said, "Ooh, banana."
Yeah, and then right after that there was this little, I call it like a ditty, not Diddy Kong, but just like a ditty, because it was like Kong, Donkey Kong, or whatever. Yeah.
Yep.
So my friends and I got in trouble for saying that in school because I love Donkey Kong 64, and a teacher was like, if you kids say that one more time. So we started to say Kong, Viet Cong, because we were in social studies class. It was social studies class, so she's just like, it has to be related to social studies. And I never got in trouble for saying that one. And the older I got, the more I realized, I was like, that was wildly inappropriate. But just I had to share that too, because it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We
funny.
we should man up and play Donkey Kong Bonanza. I know we're all worried about the frame rate and stuff, but it looks really
about to say
fun.
it's just the time. It's the time. I do really want to play it. I might get it on sale for Black Friday for sure, but I can, dude. I played fucking Pokemon Scarlet and Violet on launch, so I can deal with a little bit of frame dips. I don't want to because I'm like, fuck. I thought we were past this, but apparently, what I've been hearing, it's not as bad as people are saying, and it's the Odyssey team. I really need to play Donkey Kong Bonanza before year's end. I'd say before the Game Awards. I need to get into that.
If Nintendo still had their voucher program for the Switch 2 games, I would have already done it by now. And I know that's weird because it's only like a $10 or $15 discount. And even if they raise the prices a little bit for the games, but it's a bummer that they just got rid of that program for non-Switch 1 games. I know,
really, it's out of nowhere.
Wish. Yeah. And I could justify, I know I'm going to buy another Switch 2 game. So you're going to win. You're going to get more money if you let me just get 2 and save a little bit of dough. So
right,
anyway, we wouldn't be there without the OG Donkey Kong Country games on the Super Nintendo. So excellent choice, my friend.
Yes. How about you, Bob?
DKC, the original, is my favorite. I love that game. I loved all 3 of them. I do remember DKC, DKC2, and then DKC3 ended up topping them all. But you remember the Nintendo, Matt, you remember the Nintendo Power, they used to have the top best-selling SNES games or Nintendo games at the time. And Donkey Kong Country 3 and another game were on the top of that list for the most records. We're talking like 64 months in a row or something. They were on those lists.
Good Lord. What was the other one?
It's on my list, so I'm not going to say it.
Okay. Short aside, Caleb, I know you got your Game Informer physical issues. Bob, have you gotten yours?
I didn't check the mail today, but not yet.
Yeah, I just got mine, Bob, on Monday.
Yep.
Finally.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I'm glad that they at least finally sent them. Mad respect for the team. I know that they can't fix the postal service, but it's been a bummer to not be able to read these issues. So yeah, hold faith, buddy. Both of mine came on Monday.
When I was hell yeah.
Point, actually.
Awesome. I'm gonna probably go check right after we're done recording here. So thank you.
Do it.
So what's next on your list?
All right, so the next one on my list, I'm trying to jump around. So the top 3, gentlemen, will be the same. They've always been the same, so I apologize.
Sure.
But number 5, I wanted to go with something obscure. This is what started my love of the simulation and 4X game genre. It is a little bit of a wacky game that allows you to play as difficult as you want or as easy as you want, while still allowing for creativity and roaming. I'm pretty sure this is probably the Minecraft of my generation, and that's SimCity 2000.
Okay.
What can I say about this game other than you are doing a city builder, building by blocks? You've got a factor for power. You've got a factor for roads with traffic. You're building skyscrapers and people are doing their little simulation thing. And then just like a kid at the beach when he's built a sandcastle, when you're finally done with it all, you summon Bowser to destroy the city. So I'm assuming then you played this, Caleb?
I played SimCity on the PC at the time at my uncle's. Actually, I never got to play it on consoles, and part of that was not to be that PC elitist, but that was a game that I felt you needed a mouse to play. And I was going to ask how it ran on the Super Nintendo or wherever you played it. I assume it was a Super Nintendo, right?
Yeah, it was the SNES. It ran well, but its controls were jank as fuck. There's no nice way to put it. But it was still, that was my introduction to the simulation genre in the 4X games, as far as back as I can remember. Maybe there is something earlier and I'm not remembering. But I remember just the guy or the Mr. Sid Wright himself with the green hair that was like parted like he was some kind of super villain, walking around giving you the tutorials. it's a classic game. I played a lot of hours of it, which then led into me playing Civilization, which led me into playing Heroes of Might and Magic 3, which led me into all kinds of things from there going forward.
Well, I do have to ask now because it's not on my list. I mean, I doubt it's on either of yours, but because you brought up that style, did you ever play Populous?
It was almost on my list.
It was almost there. Okay, because I thought that's when you started to describe it. I thought you were going to say Populous, and then you went to SimCity, and I was like, oh, okay. For the people that don't know, I'm pretty sure wasn't that the guy who made Fable? Wasn't that
Yes.
Populous? Yeah. His name was it Molyneux?
Molyneux?
Yeah.
Peter Molyneux?
Yeah. That might have been his first game that I ever knew. It might have been his first game. I actually don't know that. But that was the first game he ever did that I ever started to pay attention to him. I didn't necessarily like Populous, but it doesn't make it bad. It just wasn't my jam. It wasn't my thing. So I am glad that it almost made your list, actually, Bob. That's interesting choice.
It's when it comes to the two of them, because I try to keep genre specific. Populous is pretty rough. Like it
is.
It's not a bad game, but SimCity, the difference, I think the deciding factor is SimCity gives you tutorials and explains the game. Populous is just kind of like, good luck, fucker.
Yeah, you really don't know what the hell is going on in that. Yeah. So all right, well, I will go next. And I'm really avoiding this one for you, Matt. So I'm not going to say. I'm just letting you take it. Just take it. I'm going to say another one that's a little bit lesser known. It's a little bit more widely known now because they did just do a remake. I don't know if it was an official remake or just a remaster. And I would say it was a remake. This game was weirdly near and dear to my heart on the Super Nintendo. Again, not like a top contender or anything, but it was special, so it needs to be talked about. It was a Squaresoft game called ActRaiser, where you played as God, sort of, and not really, and then an angel, but sort of, not really. Again, it's complicated, but it was a hybrid of an action side-scrolly platformer, then also was a town builder. So your job was to sort of bring the population and joy and happiness and hope back to, I don't remember if it was specifically humanity. I really don't remember. I think it was, but you inhabited a statue, like the angel came down and inhabited a statue to fight these monsters. It was another one of those games that was just weird. And when I discovered it, I don't know how it was ever greenlit because it's just weird, but it worked. It was fun. It was difficult enough that it was interesting, and they just tried something new. They tried. I mean, what other game can you play where you do side scrolly? You're an angel and a statue that has magic and a sword, and then you can also build a town. And then like it just doesn't really make sense. But I loved ActRaiser. Not gonna lie, I don't remember if I ever beat ActRaiser 2. I know I played the hell out of ActRaiser 1, but ActRaiser 2 I don't know as much about. So if it is a better game and listeners know, I'm sorry that that's not the one I talked about. ActRaiser 1 was first, and it's a 16-bit cult classic to me. So I don't know. Did you guys ever touch them?
I remember touching it, but I can't tell you this. Like I remember touching it, but I don't remember like outside of that. But what I do remember,
that's what she said.
Yeah, right.
Yes, thank you.
What I do remember is the ridiculousness that he holds that broadsword.
Yeah, it's just it's kind of bonkers. Like it just doesn't.
Kind of bonkers. There's no way to describe it other than he's just like off to the side in this awkward position, so you can see it. But if you're looking at it in real life, it makes zero sense to hold it that way.
It's like he swings it down at like a 90-degree angle with his wrist or something. And I might be misremembering, but I swear he made this ridiculous sound whenever you go to attack and the sword would swing down. I'm pretty sure it was like ha 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 ha. Like it did. Maybe that's not even the same game, and I'm starting to become a real old man. But that's what I remember. I do need to play the remastered, remade one because I think it's like $20, $25, and that was a special one. And it's a surprise that I didn't play it when it came out. Came out at a bad time. I own it. I just haven't even booted it up yet.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So you took my number 5.
I did?
No, the number 5 Chrono
It was
Trigger.
Chrono Trigger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
so I guess no, it's all good. So maybe just skip me, or I have another one I can talk about just after
Give it
Caleb.
some.
Okay.
Yeah. I never played ActRaiser, by the way.
Okay.
But I would love to check it out. But when, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's a weird game. So I can understand if you look at a trailer and you're like, I don't care about this, but it is more fun than it looks.
Yeah. So number 5 was Chrono Trigger for sure, man. Just an incredible game. But I'll give it to The Messenger. And
Ooh.
Yep. So The Messenger is very heavily Ninja Gaiden inspired. They even say like, your name's. You ever heard of this guy named John Gaiden? It's great.
Those cheeky.
Yeah. Sabotage Studio. They made Sea of Stars, and just a super cool pixel art game that has a big twist. I think we already said it, but it's half a 16-bit game. And half an 8-bit game, because you actually can switch back and forth between 16-bit and 8-bit. So it could be on both the 8-bit list and the 16-bit list.
That's why we weren't sure where we should put it.
Right, exactly. This game doesn't take itself too seriously. Very creative, fun writing, incredible gameplay, awesome bosses, really cool story. Just and then there's a little Sea of Stars tease in there too. If you go on one of the levels, you can do this pretty intense platforming challenge and find some an Easter egg for the next game, which was Sea of Stars. So, yeah, I had to give it to The Messenger. It's coming back into the modern age. The Messenger was like 2018, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and you recently played it, Bob. You loved it. You played it, Caleb.
Yeah,
you loved it. And it kind of paved the way for Sea of Stars. So yeah, Sabotage Studio, they definitely haven't missed.
Maybe it's the first and only 12-bit game, because it's 8 and 16. So we should have talked about it on episode 12.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you haven't played it, go play it. If you like Ninja Gaiden, why haven't you played it? It's incredible. So yeah, that'll take the Chrono Trigger spot. And I think we would probably have some other ones that maybe, we're probably going to be overlapping here. So we'll just throw out our honorable mentions. So
cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
We'll throw out honorable mentions here in a little bit, but number 4. By the way, I want to let you know, Matt, that was a good pick. I love that game. Platinum did because of you.
Yeah,
it's great, right? It was very, very good.
So good.
Yeah, and Bob, what I meant was not our honorable mentions. Now we still have 4 other topics to get to, and we're in the exciting part. But if we overlap, we'll pull from our honorable mention.
Gotcha.
That's what I meant. Yeah, we're not going to throw.
I guarantee I got you, boys, for the ones that we might not talk about, and I won't even belabor them. If we get to that point, I'll just rapid fire, be like, boom, 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 boom. These are all great. Shut up.
Can I give you like a hand signal that says yes, I played it, no, I didn't, kind of situation? We'll figure it out when we get there.
Sure.
Number 4. Sorry, number 4. Hey, guess what, kids? It's a 1990 side-scrolling shooter. But here's a hint: it's not Mega Man. This was
Contra.
Yes, sir.
Contra 3 Wars.
Yes.
This
game was my first Souls-like game. This thing kicked my ass for the longest time. If you haven't played it, like I said, side-scroller shoot 'em up game where you go from, and this is where you were talking about, was it Axiom Verge earlier there, Matt?
Yep. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Some of those levels remind me of the aesthetics of the late levels of Contra the Alien Wars. I saw the screenshots and immediately went, oh, I recognize that style, if you will. That game was amazing. I loved what made this one so much special is it was not only just a side scrolling, but then they got you the top down shoot 'em. Did you guys ever
up the levels, right? Where one level would be left to right or top to bottom, and then the next level you'd be top down, and it was very, very cleverly done. That's actually
Very clever.
My favorite Contra was Contra 3: The Alien Wars. So
Yes,
I'm glad you talked about it.
Great, thank you.
And earlier, if you remember when we were talking about Axiom Verge and you said it reminded you, immediately I was like, I hope it's Contra 3. But I didn't say it because I was hoping that it was on somebody's list. So hell yeah, Bob. Get out of my head.
All right, I'll get in your head. Did you, when you were doing the top-down levels and you finished, did you press and hold the L and R buttons at the same time?
Spin around and shoot. Yes! All the time. I always wanted to get like 2 lasers or I called it the flamethrower boner because it was just a boner of fire. And
Yes.
you just spin around. Yes, did that all the time. It was loads of fun.
But yeah, what can I say? This was peak Contra for me. It's my favorite Contra game of all time.
Awesome.
I know the later stuff kind of sucks. So would you please, Konami, get your head out of your ass, and once you're done doing a Castlevania, go back and do a good Contra game, and then I'll be happy.
I would love if they could just figure out a way to do that. Like that just please. Because I miss those games. They were brutal. When you said it was the first Souls like you ever played, you weren't kidding. I remember renting Contra 3: The Alien Wars because I was excited. I didn't even know it existed. I knew about the first 2 and like Super Contra or Super C, but I was walking around. I think I was in an IGA buying milk for my mom or something like that. And I look over on the shelf and they had 5 games to rent. And one of them was Contra 3: The Alien Wars. And I saw the box art and I was like, I need that in my life. Rented it, took it home, hated myself because it was really hard. Took it back, couldn't rent it anymore because other people rented it and kids wouldn't return it. It was the Wild West in those days. But I eventually just caved and bought it. I was like, this game, I need to spend more time on it. And it was so difficult. It took me a long time to beat that game. It was very, very hard, but very fun.
It did. All right. So quick jump 30 seconds, people, if you don't like connected spoilers. All right. Caleb, you played Split Fiction, right?
I actually didn't play it yet. I need to. I haven't played it yet, but I know. I didn't.
There's a level in there.
Really? There is? Really? Okay. Shit.
Yes. You need to go play it because I played it and people, Matt was like, oh, this is Tron. And I immediately went, no, this is Alien Wars.
Oh my God. Yes.
So,
all right. I'm about to
fantastic game.
Download it right now.
Split Fiction. Oh yeah, you get it, dude. That's one of the many callbacks to games, or
yes.
Yes.
Like greats.
So glad to hear it. And I know, I mean, the game, I drafted it for a reason. I'm going to play it someday. I just at the time I couldn't, and I needed somebody else to play with, and I was like, so I just didn't. But yeah, I, now that you tell me that, I'm about to just 2-hand it myself. Just give me 2 controllers and see if I can.
You 2-hand it yourself a lot.
Yeah.
I grew up 2-handing myself.
Yeah.
Where do you think I got those Sekiro reaction skills? 2-handed myself, son.
Shit.
Yeah, we've reached that podcast, guys.
We've reached that point.
So sorry.
Delirium.
But yes, Contra 3: The Alien Wars. Number 4, take it away, Caleb.
All right, let's see. What's one? Yeah, Matt still hasn't said that. He hasn't said that one either. I'm not going to let this go for a while. I know what your number 1 is, Bob, so I'm leaving that for you.
Thank you.
Here, I will just go down to a non-RPG. Nope, I lied. I'm going to an RPG. This is another honorable mention that I wonder if either of you have. I'm sure you've heard of it. This is I'm breaking my one rule. This is the one game on this list that I've not actually played, and it's because it didn't get a release in this country. You had to play it on emulator. Is it on your list, Bob? Because if it is, I won't say it.
No. Keep going.
Okay.
Because there's no way in hell Matt had it on his list.
Okay. So this, I believe it released for the Super Nintendo in 1995, and it is called Terranigma. Have you ever heard of it, Matt? No? Okay, he's shaking his head. No, he's not heard of it. Okay, so this is not a game that is easily explained in a short amount of time, and I know that the cast has gone on a while, so I won't. I'm just going to leave. Terranigma was a very special, different type of. I believe you're just one character the whole time. I don't think you're a party. I think you're one character, and it's almost like a Secret of Mana control scheme. I guess is what I would say. A little bit more action oriented than a standard RPG, but there's things like magic and such. One of my very good friends has been bugging me to get an emulation of this, and I've always said I will buy it. I will pay for it if they would just release it on the Switch, or because I'm pretty sure it was only Super Nintendo. I don't think it was anywhere else. But it has gone on. I mean, it's 30 years old at this point. I guess I wouldn't feel as guilty getting an emulator to run it. I don't know. I like to buy my games. I don't like to steal them from the internet. So that's part of my problem. But he's talked to me at great length about this game and how it's just special, and it made him just think about things that he never thought about before when he was a kid. And he played it again when he was older. He played it a emulator in college. But Terranigma, I'm just going to leave it at that. It's spelled Terranigma, I believe. Might be one of the first games that might be one of the only games that had this style. So I'm not even going to describe it. I want people to look it up. If you're listening, look up Terranigma if you've never heard of it. And if you have questions about it, drop them in the Discord. I'd be happy to talk about it. I could be here for 2 hours telling you about a game I've never actually played. It was an icon on the 16-bit era in the small crowd of people that got to play it. So check it out.
Yeah.
Interesting. I've never
Did
heard
you ever
of
play
it.
it, Bob? Do you know?
I've never gotten to play it, but I almost immediately knew what you were talking about.
Okay.
It's an aloof game. Is the best way to put it.
That's exactly. It's hard to describe.
It's an enigma. Hey,
Terranigma.
Yes.
So I mean, if you were to pigeonhole it into a genre, what would it be?
Action RPG?
Religious action RPG.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
When I say religious, I don't mean like, it
Sure.
doesn't teach you that this religion is good and all the other ones are bad. It's not like that. It's just there's a lot about faith and spirituality and
I see.
But it's a little bit less on the nose about it. It's a feeling you get when you play the game. That's how I would describe it. But that's the only one on this list at all. I have a pretty hard rule that I don't want to put something that I've not personally played. But that one,
Right.
I've heard about it from a lot of my friends that are always telling me, when you get that time, you got to go back and play this game because it's like right up your alley. And I've seen trailers, I've watched videos to see if I was interested, and it looks awesome. It really does. It sounds like one of the most unique games in the world. So I need to do that. But that's why I needed to be talked about on this episode. So there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Cool. I'm wondering which one you have on your list that you're waiting for me to say, because I
have two for you specifically. Yeah.
Well, is this one? Because it's in the vein of my favorite IPs. We're on number 4, right?
Good.
Yep.
4, yeah, 4.
Yeah. Well, you skipped 5 and became 5, so 4.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
It's the father of one of my favorite genres, and this is Castlevania.
Okay.
Super Castlevania 4. But the other one's coming up. All right. So
that's one of
the other
3.
one's coming up.
Yeah, you have 2 more to get to. Yes.
Yeah, this is kind of like a remake of 1, follows Simon. And man, they stepped it up after Castlevania 3, and it's just more pixels, right? 16-bit and really cool bosses, really cool enemy designs. The music is awesome. It's just a really fun Castlevania. Not as good as some of the handheld ones. I gotta say, the handheld ones are some of my favorites. Not as good as Symphony of the Night, but it's definitely up there when it comes to 16-bit, and I can't not have a Castlevania game. I loved it. And yeah, it follows Simon. He's one of the most famous Belmonts, other than like Richter and just all kinds. Trevor, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I love this game. And it's a really good Castlevania game. So I think I played it in one of the collections that came out. I didn't play it on original hardware. And a shout out to Bloodlines as well. Really fucking hard game. Follows Richter. But I kind of liked 4 over Bloodlines. Bloodlines was too hard, dude.
Was
Bloodlines was
Bloodlines on
so hard.
the GBA? Where was that? I don't remember. I played it, and I don't remember what system it was on.
Bloodlines, I think, was on PSP as a pixel art 16-bit. Yeah,
That's got to be where I played it. Then.
I think it released on the SNES in Japan only, and then they ported it over to the PSP in the States.
Okay, that would be why it took me that long to play it, because I couldn't. I couldn't until it came out.
I recently played it in the Requiem collection, which was Symphony of the Night and Bloodlines, because Bloodlines is right before Symphony of the Night. Mm-hmm. So
it's the Netflix show, right? Basically, what wasn't Bloodlines some of that?
The Netflix show, it took some stuff from Bloodlines for sure, but it doesn't follow any of the games really. So, but it does take some stuff from loosely,
some characters, yeah, loosely.
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, Super Castlevania 4, awesome, gorgeous pixel art Castlevania, and you fight Death, the Gibeon, and the other flying guy that is usually with the Gibeon all at once. That is crazy. So Slagra.
Yeah, that's the name. Yeah.
Yep. So really cool Castlevania game. Had to have it on my list.
Well, I'm glad you got one of 3. So we'll see the other 2. If you don't have the other 2, I'm gonna dig a hole to the other side of the planet.
We're in our top 3. So
yeah, we are. And I know 2, and I'm like, what's the third one? I know you well enough, Matt, but I can't think of the third one. Damn, that's a good choice though.
Did you ever play it?
That's one that missed me. I really need to go back and do it. Maybe I'll get around to it at some point. But I know the other ones on your list, and I know one of them I did play. So I'm going to let you take that one. All right. Number 3. So on the off chance, so my top 3, folks, are always the same out of the 16-bit era. But off the off chance that Matt has this game in his, or my number 3 in his list, I'm going to choose the sequel to it, simply because the sequel is fundamentally different than the original.
I might have the sequel instead of, but I don't know what we're talking about. Is it?
I think you got to just do it, Bob. You got to just go for it.
Say one of them, and I'll do the other one.
All right, I'm going with Yoshi's Island.
Oh, that's not what I had.
Okay, all right. So I didn't choose that because I wasn't sure if you had the first one. Is that on your list?
Super Mario World?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Oh, wow.
So I left it off for you, Bob, because I knew that was a big
I did too.
for you.
I'll let you take Super Mario World, please.
Sure.
I'm going to take Yoshi's Island, Super Mario World 2, or is colon Yoshi's Island. Yoshi's Island was fun because remember I still can think of that music in my head. Ba, 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 ba. And it was cartoony. It was lighthearted. It was fun. It was the dealing with the crying penguin before dealing with the crying penguin in Super Mario 64, when Mario would end up into the bubble and everything. I will give you, I'm going to do a pit stop real quick, and I'm sorry, guys, because I learned about this a few years ago, and it made me laugh so fucking hard. I had to go look it up simply so I know how to say it properly. You remember the level, touch fuzzy, get dizzy. I'm assuming you remember that level, right, Caleb?
No, I didn't until you said it, but yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You remember what I'm talking about, Matt?
Yeah, I believe so. And it's triggering.
Yes, because if you touch the fuzzy things, the screen goes weird and like you're on drugs.
Yep.
Do you know what the name of that level is in German?
Oh God, what?
Lustig Sporen Drama, which shortens to LSD.
That's awesome.
That is a very, very fun fact. I just would have never known that. That's cool.
Because localization is cool, kids. But yes, I chose that because, quite frankly, I assumed, Matt, had the original on his list. So if not, now that I know that, there you go. My number 3, 100% all day, every day. Take it away, Caleb.
Super Mario World is one of the best Mario games ever. I mean, it's tough because a lot of Mario games are very good. So you make a strong argument. We talked about this before on the 8-bit, I believe. I think Super Mario Brothers 3 is probably the best Mario game that's ever existed. I could also make a very, very, very strong argument for Super Mario World. And it's not that one is better than the other. They're both incredible in their own right. I'm actually glad that one was 8-bit and the other one's 16-bit because now we can talk about them both. But what Super Mario World did for for Nintendo in general, just the company, Super Mario World being a pack-in on the first Super Nintendo systems was the coolest thing. It sucks that we don't get that anymore, really. Even like, let's talk about Nintendo Switch with the stupid $10 thing that should have been included with the Switch too. But how the times have changed. We had a full-fledged, amazing, incredible Mario game in Super Mario World, and I just remember. We could talk about this forever. I remember how unique all the levels were. The zones. I don't remember. I think there were 7 probably because 7's a recurring theme.
8.
And those were 8. Well, yeah, I guess if you
Super
go
Mario World,
once you go up, yeah, that counts as its own level, or its own world. But I remember just thinking the color palette was brand new and special. The colored blocks that you could get to unlock secret areas and zones, and you could just explore. The game was kind of endless in the fun that you could have, and it was also accessible. I mean, some of the levels were really, really difficult, but you just got good. You figured out how to fly with Yoshi, or spoilers for a game that's very old. You can fly with Yoshi. Sorry, guys. And once you unlock when you unlock those secret P levels, and then you wanted to go back to the older levels, be like, wait, where were the yellow blocks that I missed? And then you'd go back, and it gave you an incentive to do so, and it was just fun. And the music was great. The graphics were great. They had enough new mechanics with Mario's cape, and it just. What can we say about Super Mario World that most people don't know? It is a masterpiece. It is.
Yeah.
I am curious though, Bob. Do you prefer Yoshi's Island over Super Mario World?
No, I 100% prefer Mario World.
Okay.
I actively, subconsciously and actively whistle the Super Mario first level in my music without even realizing it because it's ingrained in my memory that much.
Sure. No, there was a guy I went to college with who always surprised me because his favorite was Yoshi's Island. And I'm not crapping on Yoshi's Island. It's great. But he was the odd man out. And honestly, I couldn't even tell you what his reasonings were because in my mind, I was just like, you're full of shit. Like, just comparing the two. But they're both very good. And I just thought Super Mario World was
man. It's subjective, maybe.
Oh, Yoshi's Island was very unique and very good.
Maybe it hits him differently. Maybe it hits, maybe he has a special connection to it.
And he does. I asked him all the questions that we were all thinking. Or was like, well, what was that the first one you played? Was it the first game you ever were able to finish? Was it? I had all of those questions, and all of the answers were no. And I was like, well, then you're just wrong. This is a different time. So I'm glad we got to talk about both of them, though. Super Mario World was one of the best 16-bit games ever made. Period.
Mario World is peak Mario. Peak.
Yes.
Peak. It's funny, Bob, because I didn't have it on my list because I knew it was going to be on your list. But it sounds like you didn't have it on your list because you knew it's definitely top 10 for me, for sure.
And I thought it was on one of your lists, so I didn't. I had it an not honorable mention, but like if nobody talks about this, I have to yell at these boys. That's what one of my categories is.
Right. I think Bob and I canceled each other out. It sounds like. But yeah, no, I knew you were going to take that, so that wasn't on my list for sure. So, but yeah, really good choice. Peak 2D side-scrolling Mario. They haven't hit that since, I don't think. Honestly, when it comes to 2D.
Yeah, I was going to say they got real close with
Wonder
Galaxy and Wonder. Then, of course, going back to 2D. But like the Mario Evolution is what makes it special. But
Right.
man, you can't take away that side-scrolling magic. And they
Yeah, no,
tried
to be
with
clear, the
yeah,
2D. 3D
yeah,
is my favorite. Galaxy is one of my favorites. So
it's
they haven't. Yeah, yeah. I think Galaxy is better than Super Mario World, but they haven't hit. Wonder was real good, and they have had a lot of 2D. Because I kind of put 2D Mario's and 3D Mario's in their own category.
me
Really,
too.
they're two very different games. So, yeah, the 3D Mario's have overcame Super Mario World, in my opinion. But I don't think we've seen a 2D Mario that has overcome Super Mario World. Super Mario World's peak.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
So good.
Yeah. So
What
Caleb,
do you got
top
next?
3.
Well, no,
No, that was
we
it.
talked about Super Mario World since Bob
Oh,
didn't.
that's
So
gonna be your
I
3?
wanted, yeah,
Okay.
well, I'm not really going in a top. I think earlier when I
Oh
said
yeah, that's
Final
right.
Fantasy
That's
6
right.
and
Yeah.
Chrono Trigger would be up there.
That's right.
So I was just going to fill in the missing pieces because I knew I
Okay.
felt like I knew at least 7 of your top 10 for each of you, and so far I've been pretty close. We're going to see how these last ones fall in. So you're up, buddy.
Oh yeah. So because you said the Game Boy Advance was the 32-bit system, but I'm wondering if this game was 16-bit. I mean, it's on my list, but
Throw it out there.
Yeah, just go
yeah,
for
no,
it.
okay, it's on my list. It's okay. It is 16-bit running on a 32-bit system. That's my number 2. My number 3, however, is I gotta give it to our girl Samus.
There it is.
There it
She's
is.
That's
There it
2
is.
of 3.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
2 of 3.
Yeah, 3.
Right.
Yeah. So it's up there. It's got to be up there, dude. Super Metroid is one of my favorite Metroid games when it comes to I mean, Fusion was great, Dread was great, but Super Metroid, the jump we saw from Metroid to Super Metroid was just fucking huge, right? And dude, it's the breadth of the game. It was way more technically advanced. We got to see a lot of our cool villains that we saw in 8-bit, in beautiful, gorgeous 16-bit Ridley, Kraid, and of course that ending. I still don't want to spoil the ending
No,
for Super Metroid.
that's
it's
still
it's
one
an
that
iconic ending,
it
right?
is.
So the story, I think Super Metroid really put Metroid on the map. Metroid 1, not a great game. It's really fucking hard, and it's not a great game. But Super Metroid, that's when Metroid really started hitting its stride. And yeah, I had to put our girl Samus on the list, and she was very, very high up. Super Metroid is like top 3 favorite Metroids for me. It's one of the greats. And Dread recently came out that goes back to the 2D style. And Super Metroid is technically Metroid 2. And then we have Metroid 3. And then Metroid 4. Metroid 3. Well, no, that's Super Metroid. Sorry. Super Metroid is Metroid 3.
There was
Metroid
1 and 2 on the
1
NES, right?
and Metroid 1, NES, Metroid 2, Samus Returns, NES, Metroid 3, Super Metroid, Metroid 4, Metroid Fusion on the GBA, Metroid 5, Metroid Dread on the Switch. So, yes, sorry, Super Metroid's Metroid 3. And we just saw a huge jump from 8-bit to 16-bit. And yeah, Super Metroid is usually top 3, if not the best Metroid for a lot of Metroid fans. And I loved it. Recently watched it played. Haven't played it since I originally played it on SNES. I need to go back and play it. I kind of hope they remake it. That'd be pretty awesome. But yeah, Super Metroid. Gotta give it to our girl Samus.
I want one of your listeners to tell us how many times you just said Metroid in the last 4 minutes.
Yeah,
because I think it was a lot.
Right?
I mean, I'm not making fun of you. I just was like, man,
Metroid.
that's a lot of Metroids.
Right.
But,
Well, I
it's a
listed
great-
them all off.
Yeah.
So-
but I will say, I am curious, is because you said it's in your top favorite Metroids. Do you do the same thing with those that you do with Mario, where the side scrollers versus the 3D or FPSs? Do you separate them in your mind or not?
yeah.
Because it's really hard for me to choose between Metroid Prime 1 and Super Metroid as my favorite. That's such a tough call for me. I can't do it.
So one, Prime is my favorite Metroid, and yeah, it's really you got to keep them separate. 2D, probably Super Metroid or Metroid Fusion. I really liked both. You still haven't played Dread though, have you?
I know Dread's the one I haven't played because I've played Other M. I played all of them except Dread. I'm actually so we talked a little bit earlier about Nintendo getting rid of their voucher system. I think it's going to be done in January of 2026, and I was thinking I was going to get it physical, but I might just get a voucher and do one of the old. I still need to get Echoes of Wisdom. I actually haven't played it yet because I was waiting, and now that I know it runs really well, I'm absolutely going to get it. But I thought, okay, if I do that, I could get Dread, save some money, and then I could play it on my Switch too when I'm going to Los Angeles and when I'm going to Myrtle Beach and stuff. So I thought, okay, maybe I will do that. But
Dread ran beautifully on Switch, the original Switch. I played it on launch. It was my game of the year that year, 2021, I believe.
I'm actually glad I haven't played it because I don't want it to maybe replace my favorite Metroid. I don't want to do that to Super
What is your favorite? Is Super Metroid your favorite?
It's a toss-up between Metroid Prime 1 and Super Metroid. I can't decide. They're different enough. I do think Prime probably holds up better mechanically for that feeling of exploration. Not that Super Metroid isn't magical in its own right, but again, you're getting to the 3D versus the 2D, and it just depends on what mood I'm in. If I'm in the mood for something that's 3D and visually stunning in that way, I'm going to go with Prime all day long. But if I want a 2D beautiful art, I'm going to pick Super Metroid. So yeah, I can't decide between those two. It's really difficult. What about you, Bob?
Yep. And real quick correction. If I think I said Super or Metroid 2 Samus Returns was on NES. Incorrect. It was on the Game Boy.
Game Boy, yeah.
Game Boy,
I think I said NES and you just went with it because I was wrong. Yeah. But yeah, it's Game Boy. You're correct. Yeah.
Yes, Game Boy.
So Super Metroid, 100%. There's a reason, and because our conversations, I just realized I know what your top three are, and I'm glad I chose what I chose because I'm purposely avoiding them. So thank you.
The good old Shine Spark.
Super Metroid is amazing. Caleb, I can tell you this much: play Metroid Dread. If you're in the mood for it, if you're I can imagine Matt's already told you, but if I had my gumption, and this is coming from somebody, I like Metroid, but I'm not what I would call a Metroid fanboy. By any imagination, I appreciate what they've done.
Yeah,
I think Metroid Dread is better from a fundamental standpoint than Super Metroid. I love Super Metroid. I think there's a lot of good things about it, but everything that's good about it, the design team went back to Dread and said, "Hey, how can we bring this forward into the current modern era?" And when they do that, you're fundamentally making a better product.
Awesome. The only reason I missed it at the time was I was way too busy, and I missed like 4 major titles when it came out. But it was one of those that I regretted. I regretted all of them that I missed, and I have played 2 of those 4, so I need to do Dread and the other. Right. But I'm glad to hear that it still holds up in your mind's eye, because even if it's not as good as Super Metroid, if it made it close to that, that's worth playing. Because
it does.
Good.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
Love Super Metroid. All right.
Oh yeah.
So you probably know these two, Caleb. You probably know these two, Matt. Listeners, you probably know these two. All right.
I'm going to off for you to say. I've been avoiding.
I'm going to beat these games into the ground, because if you still haven't played these games, you need to go play them. All right. I'm gonna, Alex, I'm sorry, I'm still mad at you. Stole my soundtrack for this. Number 2 is going to be Mega Man X, the superior version of Mega Man. The soundtrack, the level design. I could tell you which order I still do the bosses in, and why I do them and what I do them in. What can I say about this game that I haven't said on this podcast before? Not much.
Do you start with Chill Penguin? I need to know.
Yes.
Yeah,
Chill Penguin.
That's the correct answer.
All right. So then, who's number 2?
the elephant. Or no, who is number 2?
The ground level.
Man, well, because I've played it recently and I've switched it up on purpose because I always did this. I always did the same order every single time, and I decided to. Oh, that's what I did last time. I didn't go in the right order at all because I wanted to beat everybody without special weapons. So
I've done that run.
Yeah, the last time I don't even remember. But was it Flame Mammoth? Was that his name?
Flame Mammoth.
He's one of them. Yeah.
Or am I thinking maybe I want Spark Mandrill.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Yeah.
Spark Mandrill because you permanently stun him.
Yeah.
With the ice beam. Beam.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Sure.
All I can tell you, people, if you haven't played this game, go play it. It's just like any other Mega Man game. You fight the bosses, then you do a gauntlet run. Each boss is weak to another one, another boss. What really stood this apart from the traditional Mega Man games is because you had the L and R buttons that came with the SNES, which means you could swap your special weapons on the fly without having to do the press this menu. Go into the menu, select the weapon. It kept, and when you're talking about a 2D side-scrolling shooter, that action, keeping that action up was important, and that's what allowed you to do that. Just know if you go to play this game, it sounds really easy when you figure out all the boss secrets and like which order you should do them in or who's weak to who, and then you go and you fight Sigma. Good luck, fucker.
Yeah.
Unless you know the secret to beating him, and I'm not going to spoil it. So Mega Man X will always be my number 2. There's a reason I have a complete box at home. I love this fucking game with all of my heart.
Magfest theme.
So thrilled.
Yes.
Because I wrote it down and I was like, I know that Bob's going to talk about it. But if he for some reason doesn't, I will be very surprised. So I'm going to jot it down just to make sure that it's discussed. But Mega Man X is I'm pretty sure that's my favorite Mega Man game. It's between that and Mega Man 2. Always has been. But X
such a jump.
So good. Yeah.
Such a jump,
Very special. Just special. And you talked about it, like you said, in great detail. And on your soundtrack score episode, I was really glad that Alex talked about Mega Man 2 as well, that he compared the two. Because I tend to try to have a rule not to talk about more than one in an IP unless it's really, really, really important. But they're so different. The Super Nintendo and the regular Nintendo games, and even the PS1 era and the eventual PS2 era, which we sometimes don't talk about, but with Mega Man X games. But yeah, they're very unique, for sure.
Yeah. Maybe I need to do that for you guys. Maybe we'll do that as another stream because I can do X like with my back, like just in a couple hours. So, anyways,
I'll comment watch and you can just speed run it.
I did have a question for you because how did you pronounce? I don't want to pronounce. Well, you'll just tell me if you pronounce it the same way. The boss, Boomer Quanger. Is that how you pronounced his name when you first saw it?
No, Boomer Kawang.
Boomer Kawang. Okay, because when I was a kid, I pronounced it Boomer Quanger. Like I don't know why.
I could see that.
I don't know why. I just always did.
It sounds like a slur.
It does. So
this fucking Boomer Quanger over here.
I guess you're right. As a kid, I could see that, but I'm also a bit of an idiot. So for me, I would have just shortened it and been like, it's Boomer Kawang. But I see where you're going with that. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, he's right. Koanger. I still don't know how to say it properly.
I don't either. That's why I figured maybe you would, because I've never known. And when I've gotten older and I've thought about things going from Japanese to English, you said it earlier, localization was a hell of a thing. I miss those days of localization being a little jank. Like one of my favorites, and not to go back on the Final Fantasy train, but almost anybody that knows Final Fantasy knows "You Spoony Bard" is one of the lines in 4 that Tella, when he's yelling at Edward, and it's stayed because it was so perfectly stupid popular. It's in the Pixel remasters, and they tried to clean up some of the dialogue in the Pixel remasters and the newer remakes and iterations of 4, but they kept "You Spoony Bard" because it was just iconic and kind of silly. Those are the localization things. But I think about how names are pronounced, and I never I couldn't figure out what Boomer Quanger was supposed to be in Japanese, and I've never wanted to look it up because it's almost like that mystery box that I don't want to open. Schrodinger's Quanger. I don't know.
Same here, and I'm trying to think back because there's this a video series I watched that talked about the timeline, and I don't remember how he pronounced it. But before I move on from this is that one last thing. Anybody that's curious about Mega Man lore, particularly you there, Caleb, I think it's the Black Mastodon, Black Mastodoshi. He's been doing Honest History. He's a little bit of a newer guy in the YouTube space.
Okay.
But he has done the original Mega Man X, Mega Man X, Z, the XZ series.
Okay.
And he's done Legends as full history and story. I highly recommend you go check it out. It's amazing because you get so much lore out of it. And I'm gonna have to go back now and see how he pronounces the name because it's gonna bother the fuck out of me.
Well, you'll have to let me know. Sorry that I did that to you. All right. Well, I guess I'm up. So I'm gonna take this one because I do believe it was originally in 16-bit. The ones that everybody played, probably not. Originally released on Sega CD. I thought you would have it, Bob, but now that I know we're up there, that you don't have this. Sega CD, 1992 in Japan, 1993 in the United States, and that would be Lunar, the Silver Star. Which of course became Silver Star Story Complete, and then eventually we got the newer ones remade or re-released again. I call them remakes because they got a different voice cast. I will admit I did not play the Sega CD version first. I did play the PlayStation version first. And then when I realized, because I was like, why is this called Silver Star Story Complete? Where was the other one, the incomplete version? So I went down this rabbit hole and I actually did have access to a Sega CD and got a copy of Silver Star. I will tell players, listeners, gamers, Silver Star Story Complete for the PlayStation is the best version of the game, period. It just is. The Sega CD one was special because it was first. It had the full motion videos and it had some of the voice stuff, but it was a lot uglier. It was much uglier of a game. And I think that was because it was stuck on the 16-bit, even though it was on a CD platform. I think it was I would bet money that it was 16-bit. I probably should have looked it up earlier, but I figured that you would know, Bob, because I thought it was going to be on your list. And same with Eternal Blue, the second one. But that is one of those special RPGs that I have to give it to the 16-bit because that was the one that came out first. If we could talk about it if we do an episode 32 and you invite me back, I will probably honorable mention because it's not the first and it's a remake, but I mean, Lunar is awesome. The music was great. It was cheesy, goofy dialogue. You could tell they had fun with it when they were making the game. And eventually when Working Designs redid it, that just peak. So
it's beautiful. That's not the obscure RPG. So I'll probably hit it up when I come around to my top one because I guarantee you Matt doesn't have it.
Okay.
Interesting.
Look forward to it.
I got the Lunar collection, so I'm excited to finally play it at some point. Yeah, I got the physical version that Amazon had limited, I guess.
Yeah.
So
good for you.
Yeah, they were like, "Oh, this won't be limited." And yeah, it's fucking limited. They're not printing anymore, I don't think.
I have Lunar 1 and 2, Silver Star Story Complete and Eternal Blue on the PS1 inbox.
Yeah.
It's like new. I mean, I played it, so the disc has the laser scratches, but beyond that, it's almost in pristine shape. Both of them.
That's awesome. So, yeah, that's beautiful.
Loved those games. So
that's a good pick.
Thank you. What's next up for you, buddy?
So you have two on the list that you think I'm going to say? Two more or one more?
So I thought that you were going to say Super Castlevania a little earlier on your list. Not because I know you love Castlevania. I'll just say for me, Super Castlevania was not my favorite. It's probably about halfway in all the Castlevania.
Right.
So for me, if I was making a top 10 list and Castlevania was on there, probably wouldn't be, but it would be like a 7 or 8 for me. I thought yours might be 5 or 6. Yeah. So when we got to 4, when we got to 4 for you, I was like, where the hell is Castlevania? But Castlevania, Super Metroid, and then this, if it's not 1 or 2 for you, then I'm jumping out of a window. You have to say it because
It's probably
it's
probably
top
number
3.
one.
It's top 3 for me. So
Yeah,
but I'm
it's number one.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're up next.
But my number two is on a 30-bit 2-bit system, and it's a 16-bit game, and it's from one of my favorite IPs of all time. It's Pokemon.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
But so which one?
Which
Emerald.
Okay.
See,
Emerald.
Caleb's taking the exact questions I had.
Sorry.
Yep.
No, isn't Emerald the hardest one to like find on the market?
It's one of, I think complete in box is like $900 right now.
Good
It's crazy.
God.
I used to have it. I sold it probably 4 years ago for like 200 or something like that. I regret it so much.
That's
Emerald's I know. Emerald's the third entry of the third gen. It started with Ruby and Sapphire, and man, coming off the heels of Gold and Silver, going into the 16-bit age, the sprites for the Pokemon look so much better. The color depth was awesome. We're in the Hoenn region. The legendaries are Kyogre and Groudon. One was like the owner of the sea, and the other one was the owner of the land. And when they clashed, they created the Earth, the Poke Earth. And then the one that like reigns over them lives in the ozone layer and creates the weather. And it's one of my favorite Pokemon, probably top 5, and that's Rayquaza. It's the green dragon looking one, and that's the title Pokemon. It's the title art. So Emerald just made Ruby and Sapphire so much better. We got the battle tower. We get a whole new island. And what can I say? Our starters were Torchic, Mudkip, and Trico. That was Gen 3.
So who was your starter? Who, like the first one you played that gen? Who was your first starter?
In Ruby?
Yeah.
Torchic.
Oh.
Torchic.
I was the leaf one. I remember I was
Trico.
the leaf. Yeah, because everybody else, it went back. We talked about this a little before on the OG, where everybody wanted Charmander. Everybody wanted Charmander,
right?
And then everybody else had Squirtle. And I was like, "What the hell is this Bulbasaur ass thing?" Like I didn't know, so I picked the leaf. I picked the green, and I just did it again when I played the next 2 times. My starter, because I figured everybody else would go with fire or water again, and I was like, "No, I'm gonna go leaf." And but I wanted all 3 of them. That's what was great about the Pokemon games. All the starters were so unique and sought after. And
so in Emerald, I did get all 3 of them. Because I had the Game Boy Advance, and then I had the Game Boy Advance SP, and I had a link cable. And you would go in, you would go through, you would pick your starter, you would get to a trade point, trade it, wipe your game, do it all over again. It took like 6 hours, but then you'd go through the entire game with all 3 starters, right? Which is really cool. So. Torchic, and then Blaziken. Blaziken is the final evolution. Super cool. Fire fighting. I usually go with the fire starter. But Trico was cool. It's just an incredible generation. It's one of my favorite generations in Pokemon. You got Metagross, you got Flygon, you got Rayquaza, like I said. Just some really awesome, cool, unique designs, and they had more to play with in the 16-bit era. So, Pokemon Emerald was in my top 10 games of all time, so it has to be on this one. So
for sure, that's a great choice.
Yeah,
if your top is not what it is, I'm going to be very upset with myself. I feel like I'm a terrible friend if I miss this out.
Right.
Same here. I purposely avoided adding this one, your top one, to my list because of that. I think I got this. So before I get into my last 2, I'm going to do this as a cool watch how I tie this together. 2 quick honorable mentions. Came out on the Game Boy Advance. I thought Caleb was going to include it, but he didn't. I think it segues it really good into my number 2, and that's the Mega Man Battle Network series.
I wrote it for later on, but good. So
it is the Pokemon of the Mega Man series. Is the nice way to put it. If you haven't played it, There are multiple versions. In fact, I don't have the boxes and stuff, but I have all the loose cartridges for everything all the way through Star Force. Every edition, yeah.
Damn, son, that's awesome. Good for you.
That's how much. Thank you. That's how much I love those games. And then the other one is, I said obscure, but it's not necessarily obscure by the zeitgeist, but it is obscure in the number of sales, Caleb. And I had between Chrono Trigger and this one, I flipped a 50-50 coin and it came up bad, which is Earthbound.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's another one that I was going to mention if nobody else did. So, yeah.
It is a top tier, in all seriousness, a top tier RPG for me out of the 16-bit era. The only reason I didn't select it is I didn't play that. I played Chrono Trigger because, let's be honest, Earthbound at the time was a very niche game. It didn't sell a lot. It got caught on later, kind of like, I don't know, other RPGs at the time, i.e. Lunar. But it is a worthwhile to go check out.
Sure.
Totally would recommend, but those would also be on my list. But obviously, number one is my number one game of all time. What can I say about this game? It is one of the only games I truly believe in my heart of hearts is a 10 out of 10. And all across all of gaming, you can nitpick a lot of games, and I think a lot of games come really close, like Claire and Death Stranding and Metal Gear Solid. But this is one of the very few 10 out of 10. I can't find a fault with the games, and that's Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars. What can I say about this game I haven't said other than bring back fucking Gino already?
I know, dude.
Man, I love Gino.
Like, no kidding. What Square owns the character, so it just sort of went to nowhere for a long time. And when they teased him, and I think it was in Super Smash Brothers, right? It was that because we got him as a not as a playable character, but I don't
he's
know
an
what that's
assist
called.
trophy in
Sprite.
fucking Ultimate.
Yeah, and it's like, really? He's relegated to that?
Oh,
Gino deserves
not only
better.
not only that, he's an outfit for the Mii fighters.
Oh, that was the other thing too, yeah. Which I will say, it pissed me off at first, and then when I saw it, I was like, I kind of dig that quite a bit because it's neat. But I do think he deserved to be in something else because he's a neat character. Everybody loved Gino.
Everybody did.
Glass cannon puppet creature thing.
Such a glass cannon.
He's not in my main party, by the way, when I play that game.
Me either.
But he's fun. And I think people look at things like Gino and stuff and they don't understand the real beauty behind this game is they were able to provide emotion through music and through dialogue in a unique way, and they could tell jokes like in the original, like some of the Final Fantasy games that were only text based. When you're doing dialogue, there might be a joke from the localization team, or there might be something that's supposed to be lighthearted, but you don't quite understand it at the time because it's just blah 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 blah. I think of most famously when, spoilers for a game that got remade and is 30 years old, when Mallow finds out that he's not actually a frog. Everybody comes in and goes dun dun, like it's supposed to be dramatic and serious, but it's lighthearted at the same time because everybody goes, well, no shit, you're not a frog.
Yeah, everybody knew that, and he's just like dumb and surprised. It's fantastic.
Those are the things that made that such a great RPG on this in the 16-bit era. I'm hard pressed to find another one that did it just as well like that. But once again, Square, Nintendo, they got together, they had a baby, and that baby is beautiful, kind of like Lou in Death Stranding.
Well, and the thing that actually impressed me the most.
It's not a spoiler. I'm just being silly mad.
You're fine.
In Mario RPG, because Square was always very funny back then. Back in those days, they had a very unique sense of humor in their Final Fantasy games and Chrono Trigger. The facial expressions that they could show you in the 16-bit graphic style was surprising, because you would see when somebody was excited, their eyebrows would go up, and you could just see that, like these little black things going up on the screen, but you knew that they were excited, and it worked, right? Well, Nintendo, who was very protective of their IP, let Square have a lot of fun with their characters. Mario, specifically in Super Mario RPG, was one of the funniest characters, the silent protagonist, and he would recap events in the game that were just ridiculous. He would spin
Thank
around
you.
and like turn into something else, and it would just make you laugh. Whether you were 7 years old or 17 years old, it was funny. It was just funny, and that was very cool of Nintendo and Square to get together and allow that. So I've been actually meaning to tell you this because Legend of the Seven Stars was one of my favorite games of all time too, and I was so excited for the remake. Obviously played it, and when you had told Matt on the podcast about the Power Rangers and he didn't really know, I was like, oh my God, you need to play this right now. Cause I used to play this actually in a gray van when I was traveling in Montana when my parents were working on a movie. I had a 13-inch TV in that gray van that my parents were using it for the film. And I was like, I just have one request. I need to bring my Super Nintendo with Mega Man X, A Link to the Past, and Super Mario RPG. And my dad was like, as long as you pay attention when we're places you've never seen before, I don't care. So I played the shit out of that game over and over and over again. And I remember the only real wall that I hit was the Power Rangers, the Axum Rangers fight, because they were fucking hard the first couple times you tried them. Now they're a bit of a joke, but again, this was how many years later, and the game was made a little bit easier in the remake. So yeah,
it was.
I'm glad that you had that, because I left that and Mega Man X. I left for you, the one that Matt has not said yet, and Super Metroid I left for him. So yeah,
I gotta ask, since you mentioned the remake, and we were talking about it in our last episode, did you play with the remixed or the classical audio tunes?
So I did play it with the remixed just because I wanted to hear how they did all the things. I went back and forth for zones that I might revisit, but I did want to give them a chance. I didn't hate the remix, but I do think it was a little weird not having the classic music sometimes. It just felt a little wrong, but I was like, no, I want to experience what they did. I want to see how the new remastered score, I guess is how I would put it. And it's not bad. It's just there's like a little bit more, and I remember it being a little bit less. So my nostalgia factor was like, oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's good. And I'll leave it up this. I still remember if you get the princess's brooch and all of that in the church fast enough, it's Bowser kissing Beetle. And then when they realize it, they're like, ooh. And then you see Bowser's like tears just going down because he's crying because he didn't get to kiss the princess. All right, I'll leave it like that. Go play this game. It tells it's environmental storytelling to a natural. So
and it is just humorous. It is.
Yeah.
So I'm going to actually just skip and let Matt do number one so that we could talk about it. And then we could rapid fire some honorable mentions and then probably go to bed because I think some of us are a little tired. And
dude, EST sucks. It's
welcome to my world, motherfucker.
Holy crap. Oh my God. Yeah, we're going on 1 a.m. on EST.
Yeah. Well, so you're up, buddy. Give us your numero uno.
Okay.
Lay it on us.
My favorite 16-bit game is Banjo-Kazooie, Gruntilda's Revenge. This game is very nostalgic for me.
Oh my God. All right, I take it back. I'm going to ruin it for everyone.
Bro, of course, it's from my top favorite IP of all time. One of Bob's top favorite IPs of all time. Of course, it's fucking Link to the Past.
Yes.
And what are your favorite top IPs?
My favorite Zelda of all time. So there you go.
The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. What can I say? This was peak Zelda, honestly. So many dungeons. It was going from Zelda 2 or what? Zelda Link's Awakening, right?
From the Game Boy?
From the Game Boy, yes.
Yeah. And just the more color depth, right? More pixels. Follows our boy Link, of course. You're saving Zelda. All the goddesses are trapped in the crystals. Like, it's just incredible. And it was a lot of dungeons, and you go into the dark world. That was a huge twist, right? There's a whole nother map, and you have this whole other, like, it was mind blowing, right? And then
it more than doubled the size of the game, because you thought, oh, I have these 3 things I have to do, and then you see this other world, and you're like, wait, what? And it's not just 3
Right.
more. It's like
No.
8 more or
8.
whatever. You know, it's
Yeah.
it's and then there's like bonus shit you could find. It's magic, pure magic.
Yes, it is. It is. And the music is, I mean, top notch. Some of the best. It's got really cool, unique dungeons. You get a ton of items, a ton of weapons, a ton of support items, and there's some really cool ones in game that you can do or that you can get and do a lot of cool shit with. So yeah, a lot of cool weapons, a lot of cool puzzles. It's peak 2D isometric Zelda, honestly, in my opinion. It's I do like the Oracle games, but Link to the Past is like probably number 2, and Oracle games were in my 8-bit. They were, I think, in my top 3. So
as they should be, because they were awesome.
Oh yeah, yeah. So I know we've all played this game. We all love this game. It's all of our it's our top IP of all time. So what do you guys have to say about it? I fucking love this game, man. It's number one.
I can't count the amount of times. Some other games on this, what we've talked about so far, this follows true for them. It holds true for them as well. But I cannot count the amount of times that I have beaten this game, played it from start to finish, whether it was just speed running and beating it with like 13 hearts or whatever the minimum was, or speed running to get everything. This is my favorite Zelda of all time. I don't think it ever won't be my favorite Zelda of all time. I played the ever-loving shit out of this game, and it was just the perfect storm of Zelda. I felt like an idiot when I couldn't. The very first time I played it, I thought you could get the pendants in whatever order you wanted, so I was obsessed with going north, and you can't go north, but I just thought that I was dumb and bad at the game, so I was, because I kept trying to go north and didn't work. Because I rented it 2 or 3 times, and then I finally got fed up and I was like, I need to buy this game. And when I bought it, I finally forced myself to go the other direction, and I was like, oh my god, I'm an idiot. and then I just fell in love with it even more, because it was good. It wasn't too easy. It also wasn't too hard. It was the perfect level of challenge that you could overcome. The score, like you said, it's Zelda. What can you say? Everybody needs to know and respect
that title
the
screen
music
when the sword comes down.
Yeah, and the Triforce is sort of spinning and locks into place. It's great. Yes. What about you, Bob? I mean, I know you have to at least like this game, right?
Oh, I fucking love this game. There's a lot of cool stuff about this, so I'll keep those to the side. I go look up some of the facts about this game. You can look at anything about like upgrading your weapons, you know what I mean, or items with the pond. That's based off of a real fucking fairy tale.
Yeah, that's I didn't know that when I played, but I learned that later, and I thought that was really cool.
Same here, and I was like, oh my gosh. I will say, funny story for this game. I was at a buddy's house the other week, and they had their youngest kid playing this game specifically. And I remember, he's younger, keep that in mind, he's still learning games, and he kept getting mad. But then he was pissing us off as parents because he was in the very first beginning and he couldn't escape and go to explore the map because he didn't have the sword. And we're like, well, you should probably go get the sword, or go towards the castle, like they say, and you might get something, buddy. But he refused, so he kept picking up every grass and then throwing it all the way up, and we painfully watched him work his way up to the castle all the way to get in there to finally get the sword. It was like 30 minutes of watching just the most antagonizing thing in the world when you know the answer, but you can't say anything. I laugh now, but at the time my toes were starting to curl because I was starting to get so mad.
That would be painful for sure. I feel you, but some of that is kind of cool because you think maybe when this person finally got there and finally figured it out, it opened up this realization for them, and it might have become one of their favorite games because they're like, wow, I didn't realize that it even went this far. And that's kind of what some of these games, well, all of them that we've mentioned so far in this era have done that, I think, better than any other generation. You could make some solid arguments, but I do think that the 16-bit era just spread the wonder and amazement of what video games could be so wide open, no matter what kind of game you liked, whether it was a fighter, whether it was sports, whether it was RPG. The list goes on as far as game types. But the Super Nintendo games like Zelda, games like Mega Man X, they were just very special. You could revisit them over and over again. Would you guys like me to just rapid fire the ones that I was seeing if they were going to be on your list? We don't have to necessarily talk about them in great detail, but
I'm okay with it. But I got to give you one that's not. I know it's not on your list.
Okay.
But I'm only calling this out because it's objectively a bad game. But you mentioned what we missed a genre, puzzle. You ever heard of a little game called Zoop?
Yeah, I have. It was not on my list. You are correct. It was not on my list, but I have heard of it.
Let's see. What else did you have on there?
Okay, Breath of Fire 2. Super Nintendo 1994 in Japan, 1995 in the US. That one I thought 100%. You might have, Bob.
Yep.
But
it's a great game.
Streets of Rage 2 was probably arguably the best Streets of Rage game ever. I mean, Streets of Rage 4 is my favorite, but it's not fair to compare it because it's just amazing, and it was made by one of the best old school teams that do new things in the old school style. But that was Sega Genesis. I think it was 1992. Here's another one that was just special, not necessarily on a top list. It was just one of those, this game worked and I didn't know why, was the Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse, where you got different outfits. Like you could be a fireman who put fires out with his water. You could be like I called it a Peter Pan suit. You could mountain climb, which was really cool. And then he had almost like an Aladdin turban thing where you could cast magic. And it was just, that game was way better than it ever had any business being. Most people would yell at me and say Castle of Illusion. Fuck that. Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse was better. Here's another one, Eternal Champions. You guys ever play that?
Yes.
It was the other fighter that didn't succeed because Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter just dominated everything. But Eternal Champions was really, really fun if you liked obscure stuff. And then I've only got a few left. Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together. Most people now know it from Tactics Ogre Reborn. But Let Us Cling Together was the predecessor to Final Fantasy Tactics. That's the game that made Final Fantasy Tactics possible. 16-bit, Super Nintendo, 1995. And then the last few, and I'm surprised that Matt didn't mention Chained Echoes, but I also don't know if it counts. I don't know if it's 32-bit.
It doesn't count. It's 32-bit.
It is 32? Okay. So we'll talk about that. It would have
been on the list
in 16
for sure. Good call out.
Yeah. The original Star Ocean 1 never released in America. But I mean, eventually it did when it became First Departure R. But I had to at least talk about it, and I knew that wasn't going to be on one of your lists, but I thought, why not? It released in 1996. If you don't know Star Ocean, what are you doing? Last bits here. I have one more honorable mention, which this was another one I wasn't sure if it counted because it came out newer, and it might actually be 32 to look like 16. Was a little hit on the Nintendo Switch in 2017 called Golf Story. I don't know if you guys ever played it, but that one, it's great. We won't talk about it that long. I just wanted your listeners to know, but all of these games that we've listed so far have been, I mean, they're important to us, right? We talked about them for a lot longer than we probably planned to. And I tried my best to not just belabor everything, but yeah, you guys had a top 10 list, and mine was more of a, I'm going to fill in the blanks because I played everything. I played everything. So
yes, you did.
It's a very passionate topic for us, and it's one of the golden ages of gaming, and it has, all the pixel art games. We're so heavy into pixel art, right? So it's going to be a long cast, and I hope people stuck around for the ending. It is EST. I am not used to it, man. We started because it's like 11 o'clock there, Bob, right?
11:10 for you.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man.
No worries.
Well, we started a bit late,
um,
and then in the beginning we
right,
kind of
right.
got off on, I don't even remember what the hell we were talking about. And
Yeah.
your setup's different, so you had a few special
Yep.
guest situations, and
Yeah.
it's just whatever.
I had to work on my setup, and yeah. So for sure.
Yep.
But dude, I had a blast. This has been super fun.
Me too, gents.
Yeah, and I always love talking video games. I've drank 2 beers. Um, doesn't affect me that much down here. It's just the time. It's
Yeah.
just a little. It's like a little jet lagged. Like EST is like different. So, but yeah, I'm so glad that we got to talk about these games, the 16-bit era, like one of our faves for sure. And I'm glad we had you on as a guest again. It's been
Thank
I
you.
always love to have you on. You bring so much to the cast, and you bring another good perspective. So we really appreciate you being on here, man.
Well, I'm flattered every time you ask, and I'm glad to do
Yeah.
it. I mean, this was we could have talked about 16-bit games for 12 hours. We know that.
Oh,
So
easily.
it was really
Easily.
hard to even keep it to this, and I didn't want to throw all 30 that I had at you guys, but I had to talk about them. They had to at least be
Yeah.
mentioned. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's a licensed game that I want to talk to you about afterwards because I'm like,
sure.
but yeah.
Cool.
What do you gentlemen think? Should we get the hell out of here?
Matt needs to go to a bed immediately.
Yeah,
Well,
not
here's
to cut you off, but you sound pretty tired.
here's the thing. After it's done, I have to process it, and the longer the cast is, the longer the processing. So I do have to stay up like another hour, I think, for this processing, but we'll see. And it's for the love of the game, and I'm glad everyone has listened to episode 16. We love doing it. It's a long one. 16-bit era was really passionate for us. We're very passionate about it, and so yeah. There's some post processing stuff I still have to do as well.
He has to make me sound beautiful.
Yeah, well, it's not edited. It's just, the processing, merging all the tracks. It's all done automatically. So, but it still has to process, and I do the description, and then I get it ready. So there's just a little bit of post. We don't edit. And yeah, so this has been episode 16. I hope everyone has loved it as much as we did. And yeah, everyone have a great rest of your day, evening, night, whenever the fuck you're listening to this.
Thanks again, guys. I appreciate it.
Shapes of Gaming is a podcast shaped around gaming and, most importantly, our community. That's you. It is written, created, and recorded in beautiful Colorado Springs, Colorado, by me, Matt Stenson, and my good friend Bob Harriman. If you would like to be part of this amazing community, be sure to like, subscribe, or follow us on all the social media platforms or the podcast app of your choice. Thanks so much for listening, and always remember, keep the conversation going, and most importantly, keep gaming.